Hot rod, we need you to the staging lanes, lanes 4 and 5. Hot rod to lanes 4 and 5. Make sure you've been teched and you're ready to go. Hot rod, lanes 4 and 5. Dave, always well dressed in his Hawaiian shirt, is going to lead the charge here out of the staging lanes. Drivers are suiting up, getting ready to go. And please, racers, when your car's in the staging lane, please stay with your car. We have a rule at Bowling Green. No car may go down the track without a driver, so please stay with your vehicle. All right, cars are coming up. Safety crews getting in position. Track personnel are all getting ready to go. Are you ready for some racing action? Because here it comes. Sean Wittenberg out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 1976 Corvette. Got a 358 small block in it. He'll be coming up alongside with Kerry Kurzi. Well, no, looks like we changed that. All right, racers looking for some good times today, having some good runs. If you get a perfect reaction time, come see me in the tower. A perfect reaction time, come see me in the tower. I've got a perfect light sticker for you that you can intimidate the car alongside you with. Also, if you push the tree and get a 00 red, let me know. I got a button for you for that as well. So racers, if you get a perfect reaction time or a 00 red, let me know here in the tower. I've got some recognition for you. All right, a couple of our crew checking the tree to make sure, and the lights to make sure they're working. Let me tell you, if they get into the brackets today, you have nothing to worry about. Reaction times are a little on the slow time. 60 foots, yeah, it's hard to measure. Coming up with the finish line lights. Are they going to make it? They're headed down track right now. At the stripe, it's going to be the Budweiser lane. At 1,000 foot, finally gets to the finish line. Our hair raising 36.79 at 29 miles an hour. The competition right behind at 37.58, also at 29 miles an hour. I'll have you know these gentlemen are licensed and rated for those speeds. So Hot Rod is pulled into the staging lanes. Bunch of these guys getting ready to go. Some super looking cars. These will be the first class out. Hot Rod Eliminator coming out for their first round, their first qualifier. It's amazing. They came back from the high end faster than they drove to it. Welcome to the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here as things open up and we go racing.
Charlie Hutton here. When I'm putting the finishing touches on a restoration project, there's only one paint system I rely on for outstanding results. PPG's EnviroBase high-performance paint system features waterborne technology. The EnviroBase system is easy to use and offers exceptional color quality. And that's not all. These low VOC products help improve air quality in the shop as well as the community around it. No wonder it's the leading waterborne refinish brand in North America. EnviroBase High Performance offers world-class results for a better world.
All right, the sound of horsepower coming your way as the cars fire up. Sean Wittenberg out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 76 Corvette. He will be in the Budweiser lane. In the Jeg lanes, Kerry in his 69 Dodge Super B. 383 cubic inches worth of mighty Mopar in the right lane. In the left lane, Sean Wittenberg from Cincinnati, 358 cubic inches worth of small block Chevy in the Plastic Fantastic. Hot rod, first round of qualifying. Mopar over in the right lane. Corvette left. They're pulling up. Three-stage light lit for the Mopar. Now the Corvette rolls in. Slowly they inch forward. Mopar bumps in. Here we go. Green line there off the mark. Corvette got the punch to move. Corvette over in the Budweiser lane. Through the lights. 1090, 112 to the Mopar's. Greenbrier, Tennessee, in the 27 Ford pickup truck. Johnny Blaylock, senior out of Commerce, Georgia, 49 Hudson, powered by 500. Green for Charlie. Side by next, coming up on the stripe, and it's Charlie going 8. A grumpy gremlin, Don Oglesby out of Franktown, Indiana, 72 Gremlin, 401 AMC power. Roger Thompson out of Hamilton, Ohio, 51 Anglia, 301 Chevy small block. Traction appears to be good as they get ready to leave the line for the first pair anyway. Down on the run. Better reaction time for the Anglia, but it's the Gremlin with an 11:30 to a 20. Charlie Jackson right now the quickest with a 10:27. Don Oglesby Jr. out of Frankton, Indiana, 48 Ford Coupe. Got a little 239, he says. Somehow it doesn't sound quite like that. Mighty Mopar in left lane. We don't have his tech information yet. We'll be able to tell you that a little bit later on. Petty Blue Mopar. In this case, Mopar might stand for move over. Time for the Mopar. The Ford is chasing. Limit there first. 1064, 124 miles an hour to a 12. Lane. Michael Goodwin out of Jefferson, Georgia. 70 Duster, 340 small block. Camaro Burger Lane, Midwest, Nostalgia Modified, place 2 and 3. Midwest, Nostalgia Modified. Right red light for Mike Gordon and the Mopar. wiggles a bit, headed down track, straightens it out. It goes 954 to 138 miles an hour to its 1048 at 108. Little Model A pickup trucks. He's ready to go. Got the air conditioning running. That's Cheryl Kaiser out of Arnold, Missouri. Retired stunt woman. 29 Ford pickup, 327 Chevy. The Princess is driving it. Dennis Locker out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Driving the 64 Malibu. 355 small block in the heavy Chevy. Model A driven all the way here. It's a fun car and a race car. Out there a little bit in front. Cheryl is leading by a tenth at the light. Marvin Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky, 70 Chevelle here in the Jegs lane. John Gones out of Altamont, New York, 40 Chevy. All right, riding Gasser style. Marvin Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky, 054 green. Gasser style Chevy through the lights first. 5 at 98. Love those Henry J's. And we got a beauty over in the Budweiser lane. B.J. Cooley out of Brooklyn, Mississippi. 51 Henry with a 406 Chevy. Nikki Vanderwalker out of Portland, Tennessee. Paralegal with a 73 Duster, 446 big block. Look at that, a near perfect 001 reaction time for B.J. Cooley, and he's shutting it down. Duster in the right lane goes 10:59. Cooley backed out of it and just kind of motored. That's Charles Coles out of Bowling Green, 70 Nova, 350 big block. Eric Fuqua Sr. out of Indianapolis, Roadrunner with a 383. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds, lanes 2 and 3. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds to lanes 2 and 3. Your call to the lane. Red light Rick goes 0-2-0 green in the Nova. Just scoop down track. Bowling Green, 69 Camaro, 350 Chevy. Taking on Jimmy Plunkett out of Coleman, Alabama, 72 Nova. 69 Camaros were built a couple of months longer than the other first-gen Camaros. The 70 Camaros were not ready yet, so they extended the production of the 69s out another year. Pulled away with the Nova. Out of Edsville, Alabama, 55 Chevy with a 511 big block. And boy, did he put down some rubber on his burnout. Elmer Harrison out of Dayton, Ohio, 68 Firebird with a 455 Poncho motor. Firebird, the kissing cousin to the Camaro. Well, they're not backing him up in his patches he just laid down, but they put him in the center of the lane. If you look where he was, he went way outside the groove. pulling away, although the reaction advantage went to Harrison. Oh, Harrison comes back. Oldsmobile over in the Budweiser lane. It's Terry Tyler out of Indianapolis. 85 Cutlass. Going to take on the Nova here in the man, that Oldsmobile is moving. Olds through the lights. 874, 151 miles an hour. Make sure it says HR. If you were in Midwest Nostalgia Modified, make sure that's someplace on the windshield so we know what class you are coming out of the staging lane. At a moment, we're 108 and time for the Tri-5. The Camaro is just moving for an 1137, 116 miles an hour. Camaro 1540. Steve Renfro out of Wilson, Oklahoma. 69 Camaro taking on the Malibu Long Roof Racer. Little wagon here in the Jeggies lane. Both cars staged. Like Renfro. But that Camaro is moving strong to the finish line. He goes 968, 139 miles an hour. The Malibu goes 1290. All right, we got the clear. Dragster does its burnout. Little Morris Minor. I've had a couple of these, but I had the Woody station wagon version. They were originally powered by a 948 4-cylinder, 1 liter of power. This definitely is not the way the Morris garages decided to build it. Little Morris Minor out of Great Britain, an economy car. Oh, going a little too far. Hey, you've been watching Street Outlaws too much. Come on back to the starting line. We don't give you a car length advantage. You got to make it your own. All right, now they're staged. Lights begin to drop. Headed down track. We're going to get there first. 989 to a 10. Ernest Boards out of Indianapolis. Taking on Mark Kovac out of Millbury, Ohio. I used to live in Millbury Township, Ohio. 67 Chevelle. Got a parachute in the back. Let's see if he pops the laundry going to the finish line. 565 cubic inches worth of big block power in the Chevelle. Chevelle got the horse pressure, definitely leading the charge. Right. Goes 942. on the stripe. The Nova with a slight edge goes 10-12 for 10-42. '68 Chevelle and the T getting ready to go. Lewis Atwood out of Cloverport, Kentucky. 23T with a 358 small block Chevy. Danny out of Bartlett, Tennessee. '68 Chevelle with a big 427. Full stage, both cars. Coming up on the stripe, the Chevy's out in front. 985 to an 1102, 123 to 105. Another Chevelle coming up over in the Budweiser lane. Steve Selby out of South Haven, Mississippi. 70 Chevelle 454, taking on Caleb Masterson out of Irvington, Kentucky. 82 Chevy S10. Reaction at a 1660 foot. He's backed out of it. S10 backs out, pulls over to the side. Again, racers, if you've got a problem with your vehicle, pull over to the guardrail on your side of the track. Don't leave parts and pieces in the lane. 1039, 106 miles an hour. The S10 having a problem, backs out of it. Again, racers, if you've got a problem with your vehicle, we do know drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. But if that happens, pull to the guardrail on your side of the track, come to a stop. It's easier for us to clean up a small spot than a long streak. So when that happens, racers, please pull to the guardrail on your side, come to a stop. We'll get you off track. Don't worry about it. Brian Beal out of North Canton, Ohio. 79 Monte Carlo, 350 small block. Wesley Buchanan in the Nova, second generation Nova. And it looks like the other car has cleared the track. The S10 is gone, so we'll get things going again. A little bit to mop up. Now I want you to notice that he's got the mop in his hands, but his significant other does not know. He knows which end of a mop to hold. So let's keep it a secret, because if she finds out, man, he's going to get stuck doing a whole lot of housework. Modified, Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds, lanes 2 and 3. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds, lanes 2 and 3, please. A quick check of the track for safety, and then we'll get back to racing action. Thank you for coming out to the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. And if you have friends at home that couldn't make it, tell them to tune to dragracer.tv. Now, if you're back in the pits and you can't hear the PA announcements, tune your FM radio to 87.9 on the FM dial, and you can hear us in stereo. All right, Brian Beal getting the tires heated up on his mighty Monte Carlo. 350 big block or small block behind in the air between the tires. Getting ready to go against the Nova. Monte Carlo is Chevrolet's first personal luxury vehicle. Red light starts with the Nova. I've got a red light pin for him. Bring your ET slip up to the tower. I'll give you your red light button. Brian goes 020 green. Monte Carlo gets there first, 12:59, 105 to a 13:26 at 89. An Anglia panel truck. They call them Thames here in the Budweiser lane. Dick Luzada out of Triadelphia, West Virginia. 59 tames with a 363 cubic inch Ford. Now, these things came with a flathead four-cylinder that put out a whopping 28 horsepower. Joe McGee out of East Alton, Illinois. 69 Chevelle with a 388 small block. The heavy Chevy going to take on the little bitty Ford. Oh, Joe McGee doesn't wait for the tree. He won't get a time. And that's tough because this was his first qualifier. So McGee just charges down track, realizes, I guess, about halfway down, he didn't wait for the tree. Is going with Thames. Love those little things. And he backs out early as well. Not quite sure if all's well with him. He only goes 14:35 to 67 miles an hour. Parrot drive-by Chevrolet getting ready to go. 55 Chevy in the Jeggies lane. 56 over in the Budweiser lane. Wade McGee out of East Alton, Illinois. 56 Chevy with a 350. Chuck Deaver out of Clarkson, Kentucky. 55 with a big block. Tri-5 Chevys. Going to be a big Tri-5 Chevy event here, brought to you by Dan Chuck later in the year. But the 56 Chevy of Wade McGee is leading the charge. Small block takes out the big block. Going 1086, 121 miles an hour between 1180 and 113. Flying Falcon over in the Budweiser lane. Don Schneider out of St. Charles, Missouri. 64 Falcon with a 408 small block. Rick Jensen out of O'Fallon, Missouri. 72 Malibu. It's a Chevelle with 406 cubic inches worth of small block. Falcon was the predecessor to the Mustang. Chassis, mechanical, all shared. 462 deep in the red. At the finish line lights, it's a 1340 for the Chevy, 1335 for the Falcon. 65 Mustang over in the Jeggies lane. Going to take on the Comet. Look at that team mopping. Isn't that is coordination. 65 Comet, 65 Mustang. Here we go. Big wheelie bars in the back of the Comet. It's sitting high up, old AFX or Gasser style. Full stage for the Comet, full stage for the Mustang. At the 8th mile, though, Mustang holding on by a mere thousandth of a second. At the stripe, he goes 11:20 to an 11:40, 116 to 114. Chevy pick 'em up truck. Going to take on the Nova, first gen Nova here in the Jegs lane. Stage lights lit. Now they're going into full stage. Nova quickly goes in. There goes the truck. Now the lights are on. Pickup truck. 046 reaction. 1360 for both. At the stripe, it's the Nova getting their first 915 to a 994. 129 to 147 miles an hour. Now the Chevy pickup and a big Chevy Impala Big Block SS. Very rare car. Matt Wagner out of Defiance, Ohio. 67 Impala, 502 Big Block. The Impala gets there with an 1172 and an 1194. Little Rare Hillman, another British car with American hot rod ingenuity, taking on the Nova. Charlie Jackson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. It's a Hillman Husky, 400 Midway. Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. In the lanes as well. Nova pulls away with a better reaction time and quicker 60 foot. Heads to the stripe with a 1042 to a 1239. Midwest Nostalgia Modified and Nostalgia Superstock in the staging lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. First call. Pair of Camaros getting ready to go. Ronnie Kinzer out of Bowling Green with the 68 Camaro. Ron Coe out of Grove City with the 69. Small block here in the Jeggies lane. 565 big block in the Budweiser lane. Two-tenth reactions for both. The 69 starts to pull away. Big block power is what's doing it. Goes 915, 146 to 1033, 128. Tri-5 Chevy 57 Bel Air. Going to take on the Nova. Bill Randolph out of Millstadt, Illinois, 57 Bel Air with a 408. Nova, haven't got a spec information yet, but we'll be able to tell you a bit about them a little bit later on. Again, we need Midwest Nostalgia Modified, lanes 2 and 3. Nostalgia Superstock, lanes 4 and 5. Nostalgia Superstock, lanes 4 and 5. On the starting line. A 1 second reaction time, but he's got the power to pass and does. He catches the Nova and goes 1063, 125 to a 1285 and 102. 56 Ford Wagon. Lil Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky, 56 Park Lane with a 427 Chevy for power. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Barry Clemens out of Dixon Springs, Tennessee with the Thunderbolt looking Fairlane, 377 small block. $10.44 for Lyle, $12.21 for Clemens. Camaro's a pair getting ready to go. 67's a pair. First gen, first model. All right, if you need some high octane liquid to run your vehicle on, well, we got Renegade Fuel, $9 a gallon over in the tech shed. Check it out, Renegade Race Fuel, $9 a gallon, and it's over there in the tech shed. 267 Camaro, leaving the line. Good start, left lane, right lane. Not picking up the pace as quickly as he'd hoped. Only a 2.560 foot, way off the mark. 1147, 123 for the Budweiser lane. A 1594 to mere 73 miles an hour, just barely fast enough to get a speeding ticket on the freeway. Again, if you're having trouble listening to PA announcements, go 87.9 on your FM dial. If you've got friends at home that couldn't make it today, tell them to tune in to dragracer.tv on their computer, and they can live stream all the action right here all day long, all week. Tim Gilliam out of Lafayette, Indiana, in a 70 Camaro's coming up next, along with Greg Wentz out of Florence, Kentucky.
Hey guys, this is Bobby Alloway. When we're restoring a classic vehicle, our go-to paint line is Deltron by PPG. With the Deltron paint system, you can achieve a wide range of amazing colors, even black. And the clear coat finish is durable for years to come and very, very, very user-friendly. When you want the best results, try Deltron by PPG. Trust me, it's paint you can trust.
All right, PPG, the sponsor this year of the car show and shine area. Thanks for coming out to Bowling Green Beach Bend Raceway for the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Warren up here in the tower, making sure you get to see all the videos, recording everything for us. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Going to keep you informed about what's hot, what's not, what's going on throughout the day. Have you got your official Hot Rod Reunion t-shirts yet? No? Well, head on over and get them. There's not much of a line. There's plenty of sizes still remaining. All right, Tim Gillum out of Lafayette in the 70 Camaro. Going to take on what almost looks like Bill Jenkins' old Camaro, the white paint with the golden letters. Greg Wentz out of Florence, Kentucky. 68 Camaro against a 70 Camaro. Huge difference between the two cars. Nothing carried over, just the name. Gillum in an F modified production car and a 10.5 index. Greg Wentz in a D modified production with a 10 flat index. So the Camaro should be quicker. Over in the Budweiser lane, that is. RPMs come up. Over the Gillum, reaction time. Wentz closing the gap, though. Wentz is quicker and he's faster, going 998 under the index to a 1067 over the index for Gillum. Unfinished business. Chevelle, 65 Chevelle, taking on the Nova. Jeff Cleveland out of Elsmer, Kentucky, 65 with a 427. Steve Carpenter got a 370 small block. He's in D modified production with 10 flat index and Cleveland with a 1075. Carpenter goes 1008, Cleveland a 1084. Donnie Mueller out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky in the Jegs lane. H modified production, 11 index. Donnie Vaught out of Milton, Tennessee, H as well. So they're both on an 11-second index. Center line straightens it back out again. 044 7, looking for that. That was flat. 1098 under, 10, 11, 10 over in the Budweiser lane. Nova taking on a Tri-5. Scott Abbott out of Marysville, Tennessee, F modified production, 1050 index. John Renfro, a 9 index in the AA modified production, Nova. Moving strong, goes through the lights with a 903 on a 9 flat index at 148 miles an hour. 1104 for Abbott on a 1050 index. Chevy Monza, 79 Monza, Gary Rollo out of Bellevue, Texas. Denny Callums out of West Baden, Indiana. It's a D-modified production with a 10 flat index. Gary Rollo in the Monza, a 925. Pulls it back in the groove. He pulls it strong. That car took a lean hop. And he goes 925, 137 on a 925 index. 1010 on a 10 index. Beautiful Corvette. Kyle Renfro out of Homer, Michigan. 62 Corvette 402, 9 flat index. Mark Mag out of Bowling Green, also a 10 flat index. D-modified production Nova, AA modified production Corvette. Moving. Mag slowing down. Renfro looking for a 9 flat, goes 9.24. Mark Mag not having the run he was looking for at all. Comes down through the stripe at a 16.51. Camaro here in the Jeggies lane is Dennis Finley out of Potosi, Missouri. 68 Camaro, F modified production, a 1050 index. Modified Eliminator lanes 2 and 3. Modified Eliminator lanes 2 and 3. Nostalgia Superstock lanes 4 and 5. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. Dang the gears hard. 1.460 foot. Oh, he got some smoke coming out the back. Not a good one. Again, racers, if you brake and you feel it, you know it, come to a stop as soon as you can and as safely as you can on your side of the track at the guardrail. We'll get things cleaned up and get back to racing action. But he went up and spoke about half track and not a good run, not the kind of run he was expecting. And when you have a problem, come to a stop. Don't keep driving. We'll get you off track, not a problem. We're going to check the track and make sure everything's all right. Again, we need modified eliminator to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock, you should be ready to go as well. Nostalgia Superstock lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes and modified eliminator to the lanes, please. Again, if you need some dinosaur juice for your vehicle, we got race fuel over in the tech booth area. Renegade fuel, $9 a gallon. Check it out. All right, we got a little bit of cleanup to do. We'll be back to racing action in just a little bit. Thanks for coming out for the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, we're checking out the track right now. You can see the sidewalk Zamboni going out to do its thing. The vehicle with the slowest ET here, but man, it makes a clean sweep of the track. All right, have you gotten your official Holly National Hot Rod Reunion t-shirt souvenirs yet? Head on over to the t-shirt booth, check it out. Programs are being a little delayed. We should have them this afternoon. They're not there right now. Also, check out the Holly booth right here behind the tower. Check out the great products from the people that keep your car running strong. Holly.
everybody, Charlie Hutton here. When I'm putting the finishing touches on a restoration project, there's only one paint system I rely on for outstanding results. PPG's EnviroBase high-performance paint system features waterborne technology. The EnviroBase system is easy to use and offers exceptional color quality. And that's not all. These low VOC products help improve air quality in the shop as well as the community around it. No wonder it's the leading waterborne refinish brand in North America. EnviroBase High Performance offers world-class results for a better world.
And PPG sponsoring the show and shine area this weekend. Check out some of the great hot rods and muscle cars that are on display throughout this area. Some of the race cars are show quality as well. Right in front of us right now is a beautiful Nova getting ready to go, the Pocket Rocket. Walk through the swap meet area, check out some of the fine seasoned parts for you. They've got them there. And don't forget our honorees tonight. Our honorees. And one of the honorees is Carl Casper, the Grand Marshal. Now, it's hard to find an area automotive activity not influenced by Carl Casper. Designer, builder, craftsman, promoter, racer, restorer, artist, and collector. Describes him quite well. His high school 51 Chevy won top custom at the NHRA's 1961 National Show in Indianapolis. One of the Carcraft's 1962's top 10 customs. It put him on the national map. The Undertaker Roadster won sweepstakes at the 63 NHRA National Show and was first of dozens of model kits created from Carl's machines. Casper's Ghost, a wild, hand-formed roadster powered by a twin supercharged Pontiac, won sweepstakes in the 1964 NHRA National Show. Now, the Rod Championships at the 1965 Winter National Show and the coveted America's Most Beautiful Roadster at the Oakland Roadster Show, now in Pomona, California. His top fuel dragsters were topped by his championship Young American. Dozens of wild show and movie cars followed through the 80s. He's produced over 1,000 custom auto shows. He's a member of the countless halls of fame and continues actively building and restoring new projects. Carl Casper, our Grand Marshal this weekend. And we'll tell you a little bit about each of the guys and gals that are being inducted this weekend. Friday night at the Corvette Museum, we'll have the ceremony, so don't forget to mark it on your calendar. Try and make it out there to the Corvette Museum. All right, the sweeper going down track. We'll get this cleaned up pretty darn quick, so please bear with us. We thank you for your patience.
This is Bobby Alloway. When we're restoring a classic vehicle, our go-to paint line is Deltron by PPG. With the Deltron paint system, you can achieve a wide range of amazing colors, even black. And the clear coat finish is durable for years to come and very, very, very user-friendly. When you want the best results, try Deltron by PPG. Trust me, it's paint you can trust.
All right, don't forget, tomorrow night over at the Corvette Museum, we are going to have the presentations to the honorees this year. As I told you, Carl Caspers, our Grand Marshal. Roy Hill, unfortunately, he's not going to be here because of his unfortunate accident, but he is one of our honorees. Roy Hill has been a formidable force in pro stock and super stock ranks for over 50 years. But perhaps his biggest impact has been the creation of the Roy Hill Drag Racing School, whose graduates include four-time NHRA Pro Stock World Champion Greg Anderson, along with Kurt Johnson, Scott Jeffrion, Richie Stevens, and many others. Hill's early career was aided by his strong working relationship with Petty Racing Enterprises in Randleman, North Carolina, where a lot of his car preparation, engine building work was performed. Hill raced Chrysler products during the 70s, Ford vehicles in the 80s, and scored 13 IHRA Mountain Motor National Event victories in 33 final round appearances. Along the way, Hill still competes today. Well, not really today, but he has been active until his accident, racing a Ford Cobra Jet Mustang and the NHRA Pro Stock and Super Stock classes. His accomplishments have earned him awards and honors, including induction into the International Drag Racing Hall of Fame. Carol Bunny Burkett. Now, Carol Bunny Burkett was one of the most successful and enduring female drag racing pioneers from her start in the mid-1960s until she passed away April in 2020 at the age of 74, just a youngster in the group. Among her major achievements was winning the 1986 IHRA Top Alcohol Funny Car Championship, making her the only woman to win a national event title in funny car until Ashley Force accomplished it 22 years later. Now, Bunny's career got off to an impressive start when her husband, Mo, bought her a brand new poppy red 64.5 Mustang, and she won her first race the next day. She got her nickname after working a brief stint as a hostess at the Playboy Bunny Club in Baltimore. Burkett's career nearly ended after a life-threatening crash in 1995, but even the damage from the accident and two subsequent battles with cancer couldn't stop her from racing. Cotton Perry. While most individuals are attracted to the sport of drag racing by the appeal of acceleration and speed, there are those who have chosen to exchange high mile-per-hour time slips for slower speeds and more consistency, which has resulted in a very impressive winning record. Perry has made a vulnerable Chevy Inline 6 his engine of choice. 6 in a row gets him to go since he began racing in 1970. And with the assistance of his uncle Jim Hedrick's engine building skills that keep that 6-cylinder running, he has racked up 9 NHRA national event wins and 2 National Open victories. A naturally gifted mechanic, Perry began working on cars at the age of 9 years old in 1956. Perry continues to race with the E-Econo 6-cylinder dragster while helping his son Jamie pursue successful oval track racing. Hal Canode. If drag racers are ranked by their all-around talents, the multi-skilled Hal Canode has to be right at the top of the list, as he not only built a large number of chassis for himself and many customers since the early 1960s, but he also assembled his engines and built and fabricated the components for all his racing vehicles. Variety has also been a hallmark of Canode's career, as his cars have dominated top alcohol dragster, funny cars, and altered categories. Canode began with the B-Gas Willys that he campaigned with two of his friends, and it was followed by an early model Chrysler Hemi-powered top gas dragster in 1967. Canode really hit his stride when he debuted his first top alcohol dragster in 1974 as a driver. Canode enjoyed considerable success, and in addition to winning the IHRA national event, Canode had dominated UDRA action and numerous national event wins. His customers likewise have reached the winner's circle dozens of times with his handiwork. Ed Quay, not only has Ed had the distinction of building Bill Jenkins' most successful race car, Grumpy's Toy 6, the Vega, that grossed $250,000 during the 72 season, but created many innovative suspension systems. He taught himself how to weld while practicing during lunch hours and later opened up his own shop. His second project was modifying the Seagas entry of Ted Cass with what he believes was the first four-link with rod ends on all the struts. Now, this is unequal length, of course, and that's what made it work. Quay was then hired by S&W Race Cars, where he built Jenkins' fabled first Vega. Following that, Quay went to work for Jenkins primarily and come to a stop. That will allow us to get things cleaned up a little bit quicker. I know you're traveling at high speeds, but please be cognizant of the fact if you've got parts and pieces ejected from your car, pull to the guardrail on your side of the track and come to a stop. We'll get you off the track, but the sooner you stop, the less we got to clean up. Get a little warm out there. Need to cool yourself down? Well, guys at Old School Concessions can probably help you. They got some nice ice cold lemonade and shaved ice and more. Just look for the big school bus out there in the concession area. And if you're having trouble listening to PA announcements, 87.9 on your FM dial. And for those of your friends or family that couldn't make it today, dragracer.tv is streaming the event live. You can check it out at dragracer.tv. All right, track coming together. They're putting down some rubber. Going to get this track back in shape in no time at all. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for coming out to Bowling Green Beach Bend Raceway for the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. It's the 18th annual Hot Rod Reunion here at Beach Bend. Always look forward to coming here. Yeah. All right, final call, modified to the lanes. Final call, modified eliminator to the lanes. We are just about done with the cleanup. We're going to go back to racing action in just a few moments. So it's final call, modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the staging lanes, please. All right, again, racers, if you get a perfect reaction time or a 00 red, bring your E2 slip up here to the tower. I'm going to give you a pin and a button and a sticker to intimidate the guys next to you. So if you get a perfect reaction time, trip zip, or you get a 00 and red, I've got a little reward for you. All right, prepping both sides of the lanes, both lanes, so they are both equally sticky. All right, sound of horsepower. We're back to racing action. Grab your seats, get ready to go. Jack Small out of Owensboro, Kentucky, the 1965 Corvette. Beautiful machine. Shiny black, got a parachute to slow himself down. He is going to be coming up here right now. It's a AAA modified production car. Jack is 72 years young in a 65 Corvette. Going to take on the Nova. Cotton Perry, one of our inductees in the car that's, as a matter of fact, it's on the program. One of our Hall of Fame, or one of our inductees right here in the check lane. The modified production machine. And even on the burnout, he goes towards the center, gets out of the groove. Takes a little bit of a wiggle. We'll back him up and get him lined up, get him back in the middle of the track. Thanks for coming out to Bowling Green and Beach Bend Raceway for the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Warren here manning the cameras for DragRacer.tv. I'm Hot Rod Bob Beck. Glad to be here. All right, here we go. Two heavy Chevys getting ready. Jack Small in the Corvette, 65 Corvette. Taking on the Nova. Second body design on the first generation Nova chassis. Full stage for the Corvette. Cotton Perry in now. Wheels go up. Man, these things are all over the place. Cotton Perry takes a wild wiggle. Corvette gets there first, 881 to a 1023, 154 to 131 miles an hour. Nostalgia Superstock is coming up next. Nostalgia Superstock, one of my favorite classes. These are the cars that raced in the day and made you want to go to the dealership and buy one because that's what they looked like. They just came off the showroom. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois, 65 Belvedere with a 440. Jim Gower out of Litchfield, Kentucky, 65 Buick with a 455. 1175 index for Jimmy, a 1025 for Greg in the Mopar. Drills a 002 green light. Leads the Buick to the stripe, 1026 to an 1176 on a 75. That was a good run. And the 26 on a 25. These guys are on target. 65 Chevelle. Diana Bookout out of Decatur, Alabama. A Nostalgia Superstock with a 10 flat index. Greg Warren out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 67 Fairlane 390, 11 flat. 058 reaction time. Diana taking the Chevy down track out in front, goes 1015 on a 10 flat index to an 1104 on an 11 index. Another Malibu and Buick. Jimmy Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee, 65 Malibu, 396 big block, 1125 index. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee, 67 Buick Grand Sport, 400 incher, 1025 red for Jimmy Ray. And the Buick going to lead the charge. 1019 on a 1025 index to an 1115 on an 1125. Both cars running under the number. Dennis Breeden out of Plainville, Illinois, Indiana. 65 Belvedere with a 572 big block. Pete Allies out of Clarksville, Indiana, 63 Fury, also a big motor, 524 cubic inches. The 950 index for Breeden in the jet plane. Coming up on the stripe, it's Breeden to 945 on a 50 index to a 997 on a 10 index. Two mighty Mopars getting ready to go. Ron Tiller out of Lebanon, Tennessee. 66 Coronet. Glenn Willett out of Fancy Farm, Kentucky. 64 Plymouth Savoy. 426 Max Wedge. In the Budweiser lane, a Hammy. 528 inches in the Jaggies lane. In the red, the Hemi is moving here in the Jegs lane. He's about 4/10 ahead at the 1,000-foot mark. Pair of Dodges, Donnie Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky. 65 Coronet with a 426. Barney Lawrence out of Bowling Green. He's got a 63 Dodge with a 426. Exhibition lane 4 and 5. Exhibition lane 4 and 5. Donnie Wilson pulling away with an 0.24 reaction time. Lawrence not really running the way he expected it. 11:25 on a 25 index, right there on the number. Barney Lawrence goes 13.75, not where he wanted to be. Dave Kane out of Pittsburgh, Kansas, 64 Savoy, 440. Larry Despain out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, 64 Plymouth drop top with a 426. Reaction time in the Budweiser lane at 014 for 072. And the convertible is leading the way. 10.04 on a 10 flat index to 11.37 on a 25 index. A long roof Mopar coming up there. Jimmy Deaver out of Hodgenville, Kentucky, 64 Dodge with a 440. In the Chevy Chevelle, it's Danny Whitford out of Paducah. And he pulls away. 2/10 quick on the first 60 foot, 4/10 at the 330, and at the stripe, 986 on a 75 index for the Chevrolet, 1081 on a 75 index for the Dodge. The Barracuda, Dale Mears out of Buffalo, Kentucky, 68 Cuda with a 440. Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky with a 66 Biscayne 427. Now everyone calls the Mustang the first and the most popular pony car, and it was. But the Barracuda actually beat the Mustang to market by 2 weeks. Nobody noticed. 10 flat index for Mike Moss of the 66 Biscayne, 975. Reaction time. Mears with the better reaction of 028 to an 067. Looking for a 975, goes 980. Moss looking for a 10 flat, goes 1019. Big bubble window, Bel Air, Barry Kopp, AA FX, Monroe, Georgia, 62 Bel Air Sport, 572 big block. Dale Walford out of Hodgeville, Kentucky, 65 Oldsmobile Cutlass for the 425. Lights begin to drop and off they go. Chevy powers away from the Oldsmobile. Barry Camp goes 919 on a 9 index to a 995 on a 10. Chevelle two-door wagon, Gabriel Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. Frank Gaskins out of Campbellsville, Kentucky with the 64 Plymouth. The Malibu long roof car. Red light start. Malibu just moving though, strong. Looking for a 975. Goes 967 under the number. 1102 for Frank Gaskins on an 11 index, right where he needs to be. Dodge Coronet here in the right lane. Gordon Long out of Lake Bluff, Illinois. 65 Dodge with a 440. Nova wagon coming up right alongside him. The long roof car. Unfortunately, 1967 was the last year of the station wagon option for Nova. It was quite popular, but not the numbers that Chevrolet wanted. Gordon Long's looking for a 1025 with his Dodge. Long class with the Nova wagon. Dodge looking for a 1025, comes up on the stripe with a 1016, 131 miles an hour. The Rumbler! Kind of like these Rambler Americans. Ken Kinukin out of San Juan Capistrano, California. Wow, long distance. 67 Rambler American with a 401 cubic inch ANC motor. Overlooked by many, but this was a direct competitor for the Chevy too. Lightweight. Problem was when they first came out, the engine option was a flathead 6 or a flathead 6. That's all they came with. They finally went to an overhead valve 6, didn't get a V8 until the Scrambler came out back in the late 1960s. But that doesn't mean you can't fit one in there. The Rambler heads down track looking for a 1025 number. Goes 1061, 125 miles an hour. Red light, 208 deep in the red, 1460 foot mark, 43 at the 330. '69 Camaro going to take on the Choctaw Model A. Randy French out of Coleman, Alabama, 69 Camaro with a 598 big block. Brian Todd out of Hazel Green, Alabama, 31 Ford with a 434 Chevy. Again, racers, make sure your class is prominently displayed on the windshield so that the staging people and us in the tower can see it. Randy French looking for a 10 flat, as is Todd. And the Model A drives around him as the Camaro backs out. 1021 to an 1161, only 75 miles an hour. Nova here in the loop in the Jegs lane. Malibu, or Chevelle, a 200 base model. Wayne Hardy out of Taylor, Mississippi. 66 Chevelle with a 468 big block. Bryce Lawrence out of Boaz, Kentucky. 67 Chevy 2, last of the first generation with a 377 small block. But it looks like Hardy's got a little bit of an edge coming up on the 1,000-foot mark. Goes 1023 on a 10 flat index to a 1050 on a 1050. Runs right on the index here in the Jegs lane. Billy Moffitt out of Clinton, Tennessee, 72 Nova, taking on the Tri-5 Chevy of Tim Wenzel. It's Tim Weinsapple out of St. Phillips, Indiana. 55 Chevy with 350 small block. '55 Chevy hasn't got any side trim on it, possibly a 150 model. Back in 1955, there are 3 model levels of the car. The 150 was the base, the 210 was the mid-range, and the Bel Air was the top of the line. You can tell the difference only by trim and options. 11 flat index motor. 49 reaction. Jegs comes up. Jegs Lane, 1085 on an 11 flat to a 1226 on an 11. So Tim not running the number he needed to. Dustin Beal, 72 Nova. Second generation Nova here in the Jeggies Lane. Tim Boggs out of Fayetteville, Ohio, 67 Nova. Last of the first generation cars. This is the lightweight base model. Could have had a 4-cylinder as the base engine, which was the base engine for those Novas back in the day. The 4-cylinder 153 cubic inch 4-cylinder was the standard engine in the Novas from 1962 through 1970. Try and find one in the 70. I mean, that car couldn't have even got out of its way, but they had a whole 90 horsepower, and that motor is still in production today by Mercury Marine. They use it as their 150 horsepower inboard outboard. And I've got a 1929 Ford Woody with one of those motors in the car. And I'll tell you what, that thing will not get up and go. But it's fun. It sounds like a Model A driving down the street. It makes that much noise. All right, a little bit of cleanup on the starting line. We got that taken care of. We're ready to go. Pair of Novas. First gen and second generation Novas getting ready to go. Dustin out of Uniontown with a bigger, heavier. Got an index of 1050. Tim Boggs with the lighter, older car as an 11-second index. They're B modified in the right lane and C modified in the left lane. Three-stage lights lit. They both activated for Tim Boggs. He was anticipating that thing like a pro tree. Comes up on the stride and goes 1120 on the left index to a 1063 on a 1050 index. Another first generation Nova, Randy Magg out of Cloverdale, Ohio. 63 Nova, the second year of the Nova, with a 454 big block. Shay Smith out of Louisville, Kentucky. 1957 Chevy long roof car. Eliminator, to the lanes, please. Exhibition, you should be in the lanes. Exhibition, you should be in the lanes. In the drop wagon, total front, eye to side. 072 reaction, 1.360 foot mark. He is moving strong. He shuts down the competition, going 10:06, 131 to a 12:30 on a 1250 index at 109 for Neil Poole. Pair Camaros, 67 with a 350. Dave Lang taking on Caden Cowling out of Browse, Illinois. 18-year-old student in the right lane. 396 big block in the 69 Camaro, 350 small block. 1250 index for Caden in the right lane, 11 flat for Dave Lang in the Budweiser lane. The Jeggies lane will get there second. Gets left on the reaction time, so he's going to need to work on that one. 1071, 123 in the Budweiser lane, 1316, not running the number at 101 miles an hour. Mustang and Camaro, rivals since the day they were built. Clyde Dunphy out of Pleasant Plains, Illinois, 72 Mustang with a 514. Mark Mag out of Bowling Green, 69 Z28 with a 355. Mustangs were introduced in April 1964. Pony cars, and the Mustang is moving strong, quicker the first 60 feet, quicker at the 8th. At the stripe, he goes 1042, looking for a 1050. 1107, looking for the 11 for Mark Mag in the Camaro. Love those Henry J's. I've had one. It's one of the cars that got away. Greg O'Quinn out of Tupelo, Mississippi, 52 Henry with 350. Jake Browerman out of Rockport, Indiana, 72 Vega. Looking for a 1250 index. The Henry looking for an 1150. 998 for Jake Bowerman, way under the number. 1123 on an 1150 index. He's under as well. Look at the panel painting on this Tri-5 Chevy. Shane Lyle out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. 454 cubic inch big block. Duster here in the right lane. Getting ready to go. Shane Lyle, 55, trying to keep up with the Duster. Duster gets past. Oh, it's close though. Duster ran a 1020 to a 1024 for the Tri-5. Pontiac Tempest and a Ford Falcon. Now, when these first came out, they were kind of direct competitors. The Tempest was a compact car. Now, this one definitely not running the stock configuration. Bill Cooper out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, 61 Tempest with a 455. The base engine on these was a 4-cylinder, half a 389, and they had a transaxle in the back. Kenny Broker out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 65 Falcon, 331 cubic inch small block. Cooper looking for an 1150. Kenny Brocker looking for a 1250. Tempest became a mid-size car in 1964. 145 reaction time. Pontiac, as expected, leads the way down the track. Goes 943 at the 1,000 foot, then 1143 on a 50 at the stripe. 1214 and a 1250, so even the Falcon's under the number. Camaro and Nova, Greg Carta out of Franklin, Kentucky, law enforcement officer with the 67 Camaro, 454. You can catch you when you're trying to get away on a speeding ticket. Mike Welfel out of Goodallsville, Tennessee. Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 170 between the front wheels. Reaction times are nearly identical as they head down the track. Greg Perna goes 10:59 on a 50 with 11:06 on an 11, both where they want to be. Thunderbolt style Fairlane over in the Budweiser lane. Scott Taylor from Cincinnati in the 66 Plymouth with a 440 here in the Jegs lane. 1250 is the index for the Plymouth. We don't have tech information yet on the Ford, but we will later on today. Again, we need gas eliminator to the lanes, gas eliminator and exhibition in the lane. 1.460 foot mark to an 071, 1.660 foot mark for the Mopar. Coming up on the stripe, it is a Ford Wind 1091, 121 miles an hour to a 1244 at 91 miles an hour. Another Tri-5 Chevy, this time a 56. John Kane out of Grindstone, Pennsylvania, a 210 model with a 358 small block. John Minot Minot, out of DeLand, Florida, 67 Camaro with a 350. Camaro pulls away, 055 reaction to an 047 for the Tri-5. At the stripe, it's the Camaro going 1165, 112 to a 1230 at 107. Al Markham, Cincinnati, Ohio, got the bumping wheel going on this baby. It's 36 Chevrolet with a 396 big block, looking for an 11 flat. He's in C modified. So the index 11 flat. RPMs come up. 0.2 reaction, 1.5 60 foot, 4.38 to 330, 6.8 at the 8th. And coming up on the finish line, he goes 10.86 at 121 miles an hour. So good racing action happening for you in the first round of qualifying today. Lots more categories to run, lots more hot rods to get out there. But right now, we need Exhibition and Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Exhibition and Gas Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. Exhibition and Gas Eliminator, you need to be in the staging lanes, please. Mike Molina out of Wheatfield, Indiana, retired police officer, 56 Bel Air. We love watching him. You notice that the bumper is partially missing because when he leaves the line, it's no holds barred, and that car will go up on the rear bumper. 496 cubic inches with a big block power. Mike Molina doing a sideways burnout. And he can get that thing to launch. He'll pull those front wheels up high. Watch him. Watch all the photographers. They know to watch Molina. The question is, how much of that bumper will be left after this run? The kind of guy that says wheelie bars are for sissies. Oh, baby, heads towards the wall, backs out of it. He says, okay, well, that was a good start. Let me try it again. How many people that you know will do a wheelie on a burnout? All right, now that you got a pre-wheelie, now this is going to be the good one. Whoa, baby, bumper hits the ground. This time he's not backing out of it. Mike Molina heads down the track. 56 Chevy goes 1061, 131 miles an hour. And he did lose a little bit of bumper, about 1/4 of an inch off the back. Kind of like going for a haircut. Just a little trim, please. Barracuda coming up here in the right lane. Luncheon Larry Out of Oakland Park, Illinois, 69 Barracuda with a little bitty 340 cubic inch motor. Barracudas were introduced in the beginning of April, end of March 1964. Their introduction was overshadowed by the Mustang's ad campaign. No, he didn't like that burnout. He's going to do it again. And we think the front end of this car is going to come up high. Oh, baby, yeah. He says, believe it can do a wheelie? Watch this. He backs up almost as fast as I drive forward. Launchin' Larry, 1969 Barracuda, second gen Barracuda. Launchin' Larry getting ready to go. Photographer's aimed. Oh, doesn't get it up. No, he's not going to take that. That doesn't work. He's going to back it up and do it again. If the wheels don't come up, he's not leaving. Let's see what he does. Launchin' Larry getting ready to go with his Barracuda. See if he can make it jump out of the water. There we go. There, he's holding him up. He gets to the 1,000-foot mark, just bouncing. Launchin' Larry goes 11:35 at 116 miles an hour. All right, you need race fuel. They've got it in the swap meet area till 3 o'clock. Race fuel in the swap meet area till 3 o'clock. Jimmy Mizzy out of Harriman, Tennessee, 1950. Anglia stuffed full of 260 cubic inches of Dodge. Now look at those tires in the back as they almost popped off the rim. Now it says 260. I'm thinking it might be 360, but this is a interesting looking car. Old school wheelie bars in the back. Tires are bigger than the wheels. Watch them as they flex when he did his burnout. See what he does when he leaves the line. Okay, Jim Mize. All right, this is the line. Back to Peters. There's third. And he either backed out or went into fourth gear. Not sure. He's slowing it down. And no time on him. He left before the tree could get dropped. Jimmy Mize, 84 years young, driving that Anglia. I love the patina on Potsy's welding and fabrication pickup truck. Going to take on the Vega next. Brett Cole out of Owensboro, Kentucky, 75 Vega. Corey Potts out of Charleston, Indiana with the 53 Chevy. 383 cubic inches worth of Chevy small block. Taking on just 0.2 over. 7 cents over, actually, way out. Matt Chitwood out of Bloomington, Indiana, 66 Chevelle with a 468, looking for a 950. Mike Ryan out of Illinois with a 66 Chevelle, also looking for a 9 flat. 434 cubic inches in the jegs lane, 460 cubic inches over in the Budweiser. Goes 919. Left lane was looking for a 950. Goes 977. Another Tri-5 Chevy over in the Budweiser lane. Comp lanes 2 and 3. Comp lanes 2 and 3. Kevin White out of Indianapolis, Indiana with the Nova. Bob King Sr. out of Huffman Estates, Illinois with the 56 Tri-5 Chevy. Okay, for a 9 flat, the right lane 950 in the left lane, but at the stripe, let's see what they do. 902, very good. 943 under the number. So White within 2 of the number for his class. Jim Hayes out of Troy, Ohio, 72 Vega, 468, looking for a 1050. Ross Chitwood out of Bloomington, Indiana, Joey Chitwood. 69 Nova, looking for a 101 reaction time. Right lane coming up on the stride. Chitwood goes 956 off the number, as is Hayes. Both. Well, Hayes goes 1016 under. Donnie Ronner out of St. Genevieve, Missouri. 66 Rambler with a 406 Chevy. Taking on J.B. Wood. Barracuda looking for a 10 flat, as is Donnie Ronner in the AMC. There we go, 998, 998. Butch Hill out of Baldwin, Missouri. Taking on Scotty Thomason out of Paris, Tennessee. Butch Hill in 1953 Studebaker got a 392 Chrysler Hemi. A funny story. I just bought a car, saw it on the internet, went to buy it. It's Butch Hill selling it. Butch Hill and I have become friends since then. I'm out in California, he's in Missouri. But this is how small this world is, this hot rod community. Scotty Thomason in the 63 Corvette, 615 cubic inches with a Chevy Power. And we got an issue on track. We're going to check it out. We shut down the cars. Butch Hill out of Baldwin, Missouri. Car's been in the family for a long time. The Hemiroid, world's quickest all-steel 53 Studebaker. The history of the Hill boys? Well, this Studebaker's been around for a long time. Don Hill bought the Studebaker as a parts car, and he was going to build it as a street rod back in 1961. Then he sold the car to his brother, Jack, for $25 during a family picnic. I can imagine what they were drinking during that picnic. $25. Now, Jack added a 392 Hemi and a 727 TorqueFly transmission to the stock chassis with custom headers, Olds rear end, ladder bars, and a 4-point roll cage back in 1964. In 1972, Jack gave the car to his son, Mike Hill, on his 16th birthday. You got a Hemi-powered car at 16 years old? Oh, man. Then in 1979, Don's son, Butch Hill, and Mike became partners in the Studebaker, making it a race car. In 1990, Butch Hill sold his interest in the Studebaker to finish building his 39 Ford Coupe. In 92, Chop Top took place and the Studebaker was painted bright red. In 92, Jack Hill lost his battle with cancer. Godspeed to him. And in 1994, both Mike and Butch legally willed their cars to each other to keep them in the family. Now, the Studebaker Hawk fins were added to the quarter panels in 1996. The paint scheme was changed to purple blue with flames in 97. In 06, Don Hill passed due to a stroke, and Mike Hill lost his battle with cancer. Butch Hill took over the car. Butch willed the Studebaker to his son Cameron Hill in 2018, but hey, Butch isn't giving up yet, and he's driving it. Butch is currently racing the Studebaker 50-plus years after the Hemi-powered engine plant, it was planted in the car. Been in the family since 1961. They're ready to go. Scotty Thomason in the Corvette. 615 cubic inches, looking for a 9 flat. Thomason gets him on the tree, but the Hemi-roid is running strong, and Butch Hill drifts towards the center, going 857, 160 miles an hour to a 905 on a 9 flat. Trenton, Illinois, 46 Plymouth pickup, and Mike Cutter in the 55 Chevy. 918 for Gill, under the 950 index. 956, right where it needs to be. Little Chevy Chevette in the Budweiser lane. Barry Hensley out of Cincinnati, Ohio. 415 Chevy small block. Ryan Walker out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. 55 Chevy, another Tri-5 with a 454. Get a time. He left before the tree was even activated. So he won't get a time. 917 for Walker on a 1050 index. He's way under his number. Ronnie Houslip out of Nolensville, Tennessee, 67 Mustang with a 611 cubic inch Ford motor. Jeff Thomas out of Columbia, Kentucky with a 68 Barracuda, the notchback I told you about. Mustang, the quicker of the two. And the Mustang stomps the Barracuda, going 911 on a 950 index to a 943 on a 1050 index. Woo! Ryan Falcon, 1964 Falcon, 427 big block. Tim Snipes out of St. Charles, Missouri. Nick Dishon out of Kokomo, Indiana with the 69 Camaro. Mountain motor, 582 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet power in the Chevy, looking for an 850 index. Snipes, a 10 flat with his 427 Ford powered Falcon. $10.76, Nick was way off the number. $10.35 for the Falcon. John Guy out of Sunset, Louisiana, 67 Candy Apple Red Camaro, 555 big block. Taking on the little Dodge Colt with a 440. The Colt was a Mitsubishi product. Got to remember Chrysler had it controlled 440 in it. But it's not enough to catch John Guy. Guy out in front goes 864 on a 1050 number to a 949 on a 1050. Both these guys went way under their indexes. Sam Patrick out of Sandpoint, Michigan, 37 Chevrolet Coupe. The Nova here in the right lane. Now notice these guys with the mops. They're very skilled at doing this. They don't do windows though. The C-Gas Nova taking on the E-Gas 37 Chevy. Out, goes through the traps with a 918 to a 995. Chop Top Nova. Take on the Vega. Vega was Chevrolet's answer to the Pinto. I don't know if they read the same question though. But the Vega was a decent little car except for the engine. Hot Rod Ingenuity's fixed all that. V8s between the front wheels. Jim out of Paulding, Ohio, 77 Vega with a 565 big block. Jason Wright out of Bristol. 1050 is the index for the Vega, 10 flat for the Nova. And the stripe, the Vega goes 940 to a 10 flat. Rick Wall out of Louisville, 72 Dodge, got a 408 small block. Dave Donaldson out of Washington, Indiana, the 48 Thames panel with a 427 Chevy. Another Ford built tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. But it is a British Ford, so that, you know, that gives them some latitude, I guess. Dodge Colt, manufactured in Japan. Oh, big hole shot. 158 to a 525 light. And the Thames goes straight down track, goes 855 at 158 miles an hour to a 996 at 133. So Wall was looking for a 10 flat and goes under the number just a bit. Chuck Owen out of North Aurora, Illinois with the Camaro in the Jegs lane. 70 Chevy with a 572, looking for a 9 flat. Amber Phillips out of Owensboro, Kentucky, 67 Camaro, looking for a 9 flat. They both go 909 to a 912, 145 to 148. Nova gets a little bit of a hop there. Ivan Ray III out of, well, it doesn't say where he's from. AKA, they call him Buddy. Hey, Buddy. 67 Nova SS with a 548 cubic inch big block. Going to take on Brian Cagle, Clarksville, Tennessee, the 72 Ford Futura with 547 cubic inches worth of Ford motivation. They're both looking for 9 flat. Both are C-Gas competitors. 056 through 053. Reactions are darn close. 60 foots are 1.3 each. Coming up on the stripe, 910 to a 913. Ray just off the mark. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky, 55 Tri-5. Taking on Bob Mitchell out of Cincinnati in the 69 dart. Going to try and stick it to him. Kind of looking like the old Bob Shahan dart. All right, getting ready to go. Right lane, just having some trouble there, not even staging it yet. There he goes. He moves it up. Pre-stage lit, going to bump in. It's a hint. You can bump in now. Go ahead. There, you're there. Wheels come up in the air. 084 to a 232 reaction, and the drive-5 is gone. Coming up on the stripe, it's Ronnie with a 941 on a 50 to a 1016 on a 10 flat index. Dave Mullen out of Lamont, Illinois, 37 Chevy, 427. Gary Wilby out of Batavia, Illinois, 66 Nova, 502 big block. 10 flat and an 850. The coupe is going to run quicker, he says. Getting a little bit of a hop. And man, he is running quicker. He's running strong. The old school coupe goes 843 at 160 miles an hour to a 940 at 142. T-Bird over in the Budweiser lane. Dan Hobbs out of Hoseville, Kentucky. 56 Bird with a 572 big block. Phil Stamps in the 72 Camaro. Bird pulls the wheels up. Reaction times within 100th of each other, or 10th. And the Bird goes 852 on an 850 to a 946 on a 950. Another old school Willys coupe and the Corvette. Butch Steffens out of Washington, Missouri, and Greg Hillier out of Plainfield, Indiana. All right, racers, a racer needs your assistance. If anyone's got a XX SFI 17 or newer jacket and pants that he can borrow, please let him know. You can call him at 513-383-5061 and let me know in the tower and I'll page him. Okay. Butch Steffens gets there with an 804 on an 8 flat, and Greg Hillier goes 916. Roy Montgomery out of Manatee, Mississippi. 53 Henry J. Taking on Trevor Missamore out of Madisonville, Kentucky. 76 Chevy. Right lane takes a hip hop and a move and is smoking a bit as he heads down track when it clears up at half track. Trevor looking for a 9 flat. Oh, a lot more smoke at the end. He goes 937 to an 877. And we're going to do a quick check on the track to make sure it's safe before we send anyone down there. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car could indicate that we have something to check. So we are going to do that before we send any more cars down track. All right, again, if you happen to have a XX SFI 17 or newer jacket and pants a racer could borrow, let us know here in the tower. You're at the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion, and Holly is here with their trailer right behind the tower. On track or on the street, the number one brand of performance is Holly, with over 115 years of performance excellence. Whether you're looking for the latest innovations in carburation, fuel injection, or fuel system technology, look no further than Holly. Holly carburetors are designed with all the adjustability you'll need, covered there with a plug-and-play self-tuning EFI systems for Chevrolet, for Dodge, and Ford applications. Holly's brand new brushless fuel pumps are equally at home on a carbureted or fuel-injected applications and are capable of supporting 2,100 to 4,800 horsepower. Check all of these products out and more on the web at Holly.com. Holly, the winningest company in racing. And if you'd like to see the product up close and personal, they are right behind us here in the tower. If you need race fuel, we've got it back there in the swap area. Renegade Fuel. $9 a gallon. Check it out. Old school concessions can cool you down with some shaved ice or some nice cold lemonade. Just look for the old school bus. All right, we got it taken care of just a little bit. Now we've got Greg Hillier here on the right lane, 68 Mustang. This is a California special. Very rare car outside the state of California. It was sold in the Kansas area as the Twister model, and in Colorado as the High Country. Even rarer than the California specials. Robert Aker out of Canby, Indiana, 67 Nova wagon. Made it into a two-door. Looking good. Geezer Gassers, lanes 4 and 5. Geezer Gassers, lanes 4 and 5. All right, so Mustang against Chevrolet. Mustang's got a 427 in it. The Chevy a 565. Mustang starts to do his burnout. Now the Chevy follows through as well. Thanks for coming out to the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Warren Evans up here, and he is keeping us live on racer.tv, dragracer.tv. If you're not here, or you've got a friend that's not here or family, they want to watch it, dragracer.tv. All right, Ford against Chevy, Nova against Mustang. Ford only anticipated making 200,000 Mustangs the first year of operation. They hit 1 million. Mustang was an instant success, but I took on the nap, which really didn't find favor with Henry II. Chevy leads the way, looking for a 9 flat. He goes 901. Hillier looking for a 10 flat, goes 999 with a 5. I tell you what, both these guys are there. Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, 67 Camaro, 427 big block for power. Under sponsors, he lists himself. Good sponsor to have. Reliable. You know him. You can talk to him. Yeah, the sponsor hasn't got any money, so you know. Headed down track, it's Terry Lindsay. 9:53 at 140 miles an hour. The gentleman who needed the fire suit. The gentleman who needed the fire suit. Come on back to the tower. We got one here for you. The gentleman who needed the fire suit. Come back to the tower. All right, here's some interesting cars. The Bantam Roadster in the right lane with a 302 Chevy. Taking on Uncle Dave Fiddler out of Aurora, Illinois. Another Bantam over in the Budweiser lane. 379 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet. Jameson Griffin. This is an E competition car in the right lane, a D comp in the Budweiser lane. Index is 10 flat in the Jegs lane, 950 in the Budweiser lane. Again, the racer who needed the jacket, please come to the tower. They hit the lot pedal and there they go. 978 on a 50 to a 1037 on a 10 index. T here in the Jegs lane, getting ready to go. Model A fires up. Out of Lincoln, Illinois. Brett Edwards, 29 Ford with a 439 Chevy. Shane Bowman in the T with a 400-inch Chevy. Again, will the gentleman who needed the fire suit come to the tower, please? '29 Ford of Brett Edwards starts his burnout. Shane Bowman does a good one. All right, Bowman looking for an 850 run here in the Jegs lane. Edwards looking for a 9 flat in the Budweiser lane. We're in the competition category. I'm Hot Rod Bob. Thanks for coming out to Beach Bend today. Hope we see you for the full weekend. Taking his time to stage. Shane's now there, and they hit the throttle, and he takes the hop to the right. Straightens it back out again. He's headed to the finish line. Looking for his 9s at 850. He goes 849 with a 9. 849 with a 9 to a 905 on a 9-0. You can't get much closer than that 849 with a 9. Dan Deshawn out of Logansport, Indiana, 27 Ford here in the right lane. That is one cool looking car. Stephen Bowley out of Kennebunk. Front engine dragster. He says it's aluminum. Got an Olds 430 for power. Dragster's got to move up. His crewman helping him see where the starting line is. Injector stack sticking up high. Old school style. 10 flat dial in or index for the dragster. 9 flat for the Roadster. The Roadster showing his way. 018 to a late 456 reaction. He goes 902 on a 9 to an 888 on a 10. Ooh, just a little bit quick. Jeff Pissarro out of Glencoe, Illinois, 63 Corvette Roadster, and take on the dragster. Again, will the gentleman lead the fire suit? Oh. off they go. Corvette squirting out in front. Can he stay there? Gets close to the center line, goes 844 on an 850, 138 to an 865 at 148. Pair of dragsters getting ready to go. Steve Glotzback out of New Albany, Indiana. 331 small block, looking for 950. Beth Malik out of Battle Creek, Michigan, looking for an 850 in the Budweiser lane. Got a Ford, 358. Then she's gone. Steve sleeping at the starting line. Has a 1.1 second reaction time. A little bit of smoke out of Beth's car. She goes 890. 950 on a 950 for Steve. The weight was worth it. He runs right on the number. He goes 950 with a 1. Todd Kapp out of Springfield, Illinois, 23T altered, 406. Jackson Messamore out of Hanson, Kentucky. He says he's a 22-year-old punk kid. That's what he says, right there. Got the 38 Chevy Roadster. He's looking for a 9 flat. Todd's looking for a 9 flat. And they run 906 and an 898. So they're in the neighborhood. '34 Chevy Roadster, 355 small block. Skeeter Wayne out of Robards, Kentucky. And C. Shane Rassler out of Walcottsville, Indiana, 92 Canode chassis. And Canode, well, you know what? He's one of our honorees, so he built the chassis for the dragster over in the left lane. Skeeter Wayne out of Robards, Kentucky, looking for a 950 in the Roadster. 850 is what Rassler's looking for. RPMs come up. Take it on. 038 and 072 reaction time. Skeeter with a 1-2, 60-foot, a 1-1 for the Canode chassis car. 843 on a 50 to a 941 on a 950. They got room to play with. Fiat Topolino. That was Fiat's answer to the Volkswagen. Actually, the Fiat came out in 1937, as did the Volkswagen. This one's a 1948 model. Bill Fusting. Steve Elzy out of Lindstrom with the 2018 Dragster. 440 Ford power. Takes on the Chevy-powered Topo. Topolino means little mouse in Italian. Little 4-cylinder car. When new. American Hot Rod Ingenuity fixed that. 8 flat on an 8 flat. Steve right there on the number. 861 on an 850. Patrick Brower out of Lebanon, PA with a 66 built front engine dragster. True nostalgia car. Russell Snyder out of Bartlett, Tennessee with the Roadster. 582 cubic inches with a big block, looking for an 8-second run. Patrick looking for a 10-second run with a dragster. Touch the ground as he is gone. 089 reaction to a sleepy 4-0. 798 on an 8 dial or an index. That's good. 972 on a 10. A little quick. Tammy Cook out of Columbia, Kentucky. 34 Chevrolet. Gary Williams out of Sullivan, Illinois. S&W chassis dragster with a 358 Chevy. All right, reading up on this, Gary Williams lists his occupation as a part-time tomato salesman. I guess he was listening to us and he was late on the lights. He's looking for a 9 flat. He goes 908. Tammy Cook was looking for an 850. Goes 45. Somebody shrunk the sedan over in the Budweiser lane. Wow, look at the chassis flexing on that baby. Richard Lawson out of Brookville, Ohio. Says it's a 31 Model A Ford. You can't wash them in hot water. Look what happens. Joe Moore out of Covington, Louisiana, 23T altered. Oh, the Roadster takes a big hip and a hop, straightens back out again. The Ford, well, loses fire on the hit. Looking for a 950, goes 943 for Joe Moore. And they're pushing back this car. Now this car has a very rare race option. It's got the heated hood or roof. This way when the guys push the car back, their hands don't get cold. A little bit of mopping up to do there on the starting line. We'll get that taken care of as we get ready for the next pair. We'll have Jeff Lawson out of Lexington, Kentucky, 27 Ford. The Brogy style car over in the Budweiser lane. Well, actually, they're both about the same looks. Nick Hamilton out of Dresden, Ohio, 27 Ford. 496 Chevy against a 427 Chevy. They're both looking for 9 flat. They're C competition cars. Thanks for coming out for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. From street easy to full race, Holley's EFI systems cover everything from single, simple throttle body systems to all-out race systems. Breakthrough features include self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and a striking digital display touchscreen. Holley EFI powers NHRA Pro Stock, GM COPO, Camaro, Copo, and the Monster Jam Truck Series. ARCA, and it's the choice for your muscle car, truck, or street car. Be sure to stop by the Holley trailer this weekend and check it out. Tomorrow's fuel injection available today. All right, so these two Roadsters looking for 9-second runs. 9-0 the index. They're both C competition cars. Right lane leaves, left lane, well, there must be something in that lane. Another car has not run. 947, 147 miles an hour. Scott Rods to the lanes, please. Scott Rods to the staging lanes. Scotty Rods to the lanes, please. Scott Rods, come on up. All right, they got to push back that Roadster. So Jeff Lawson, unable to make the run. Car loses fire. Earl's Performance and Plumbing brought aviation fluid transfer technology to the automotive performance market over 50 years ago. And today's top teams still rely on Earl's With the most extensive line of plumbing products available, you can count on Earl's from start to finish. Our Ultra Pro Series and Vapor Guard series of hoses and fittings are approved for use with harsher modern-day fuels and E85. From every level of hose ends, adapters, and brake lines to coolers and accessories, Earl's has the highest quality plumbing selection that is still second to none. Find out more by visiting Earl's Performance Plumbing on the web today and check them out in the Holly booth. Nick Malone out of Chicago, Illinois, the partsman with a 27T 327 small block, looking for a 10 flat run. Pat Lamont out of Lake Villa, Illinois, 23T with a 500-inch Chevy power plant, is looking for an 8-second run. 2 seconds difference in ETs for these cars. But this is what hot rodding's all about. Build it to what you want. Nick Malone in the Jegs lane, Pat Lamont in the Budweiser lane. Difference will be 2 seconds at the finish line if they run the way they want. They hit the left pedal and off they go. Reaction times are close. Left lane starts to pull away as he should. Looking for an 8-second run. He goes 7:98. Malone was looking for a 10-second run. Goes 9:15. That's the problem with running a car side by side that's much quicker. You tend to pace with them. Joe Foster out of Leslie, Missouri, 23T, looking for a 9 flat run. He's got a 582 cubic inch Chevy big block. Rod Beal out of North Canton, Ohio, an S&W chassis car with a small 410 in the dragster. Hooker Headers, the winningest header in racing history, celebrates over 50 years of performance power. Hooker Headers feature tuned length primary tubes, high quality welds, long transition collectors, machined flanges, and much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has the header to make your classic or late model vehicle quicker, faster, and lighter. Also check out Hooker Blackheart headers and exhaust systems for your modern muscle car or truck. RPMs come up and they're going. Holds 41 on a 9 flat to an 893 on a 1050. Jay Rowe out of Connorsville, Indiana, 63 Corvette, 540 is the Chevy power. He's looking for a 9 flat run. Scott Rods, we need you to the lanes, please. Scott Rods, 866 at 152 miles an hour. Scott Rods, to the lanes, please. Scott Rods, to the lanes. Geezer Gasser's coming your way. All right, these are the Geezer Gassers, and some of the cars are old too. Greg Berg out of Petal, Missouri, or Mississippi. William Sworn out of Rockford, Illinois. 41 Willys with a 468 Chevy, 38 Chevy with a 555 Chevy for power. 1050 index for both of these cars. They're both D geezer gassers. No relation to their high school grade point average. At least not in auto shop. Red light start with the wheels high, and this guy heads towards the center line, has to back out of it. Greg Berg with a huge red light, pulls the front wheels high, goes 11:51, having to back out of it. 12:57 for William Scorn. Dan Tackett out of Gulfport, Mississippi. 36 Chevrolet in suede. Chuck Lepica out of Eureka, Missouri. 41 Willys with an Olds 400. They're both looking for 10-second ETs. RPMs come up, they're gone. Willie falters a bit. Chevy picks up the pace. Now the Willys closing in. They're both looking for 10-second runs. 11:14 and 11:22. One of the prettiest cars in the category, but an unusual body. It's a 1956 Ford with a 390 FE motor. Dave Lewis Sr. out of Findlayville, Pennsylvania. John Verdi out of Columbia, Ohio with a 48 Austin. Oh, baby, he goes on a wild ride. John Verdi out of Columbus, Ohio with a 48 British Austin. Gets every which way, but straight just on the burnout. I hope that's not an indication of what he's going to do on the run. Dave Lewis Sr. in the beautiful 56 Ford. John Verdi, the youngster in this geezer run. He's only 50 years old. Dave Lewis Sr. at 71. Scott Rods to the lanes. Scott Rods to the lanes, please. '56 Chevy lifts the throttle, banging the gears. And the British Austin goes 9:56 on a 9 index. Lewis 13:50 on a 12 index. Dave Lewis Jr. out of Findlayville, Pennsylvania, 37 Chevy with a 427. He's looking for a 1050 index number. John Schwick out of Dayton, Indiana with a Tri-5 Chevy. He's looking for a 950. And he gets crossed up out of the water box, but not as wild as the Austin did. Dave pulls his car up and stages right away. John backing up, now coming forward. Quicker of the two should be the Tri-5, the 55 Chevy. Hits the loud pedal and off he goes. And whoa, he takes a hard right turn. Backs out of it, and Dave Lewis drives around. John Swick, well, he got a bit of a ride on that one. 11:04 on a 1050 index. John not going to be happy with that run, but that's the kind of run that that's why you stop at the porta potty after the turnout. All right, liking this coupe here in the right lane on the back trunk lid. It says real race cars have straight axles. Randy Addington out of Red Key, Indiana, 37 Chevy Coupe with a 355 small block, 1150 index. Jerry North out of Scottsburg, Indiana, 41 Willys with a 421 cubic inch Chevy. He's looking for a 9 flat. Willys was the body of choice for early gassers. Then the Henry J's came along, and we've got one of those coming up next against the early Willys. So Randy Addington in the Chevy, Jerry North in the Willys coming up next. They're pulling up to the line right now. 1150 index for the pretty blue Chevrolet, 9 for the shiny black Willys. Scott Rods, we need you to the lanes. Scott Rods, we need you to the lanes, please. Chevy goes red, 482 big red light. Jerry North doesn't launch the way he wanted. Chevy goes 1097 on an 1150 index, 1075 on a 9 index for North. All right, we talked about the Henry J. Here it is. Now, this is a base model Henry J by Troy Wilson. The option on this car was the trunk lid. Yes, that was an option. This is a 1952 Henry J. It does not have a trunk lid, so it didn't have the option. Ford is an 11-second car. They both go red, a lot of smoke out of the exhaust. Willys pulls the front wheels up. Headed down to the finish line. 11:19 on an 11 index for Gary. Joe goes 12:25, not what he was looking for, needed a 10-second run. Beautiful blue Willys here in the right lane, reminiscent of the old Stone Woods Cook car. Speaking of that, if you check out the latest edition of podcasts from NHRA Motorsports Museum, Jack Beckman and Greg Sharp talk about the Stone Woods and Cook team and their car that's on display at the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Willys way out of the groove here on its burnout. And they're looking underneath the car right now. And he shut it off. All right, we got a racer that needs a set of belts. If you've got a set of race belts, I guess it's the harness and the lap belt that are in date, and his were out of date that he could borrow, please see Johnny Matthews at the Comet down by the finish line area. Johnny Matthews needs a set of belts so he can go racing. His are out of date, and he can't find any here. So if you've got a set of race belts that he can use, he'd definitely appreciate it. Or if you want to sell any, he'd buy them from you, I'm sure. But Johnny Matthews with the 65 Mercury Comet needs a set of seat belts. If you've got him and he can use them, talk to him. He's in the 65 Comet down by the finish line. Drag Race TV, live streaming all the events this week. DragRacer.tv. Check them out. Also, if you're having trouble hearing PA announcements, 87.9 on your FM dial. Scott Rods, you need to be in the lanes. Scott Rods, to the lanes, please. So the Hemi hauler had a bit of an issue. They backed him out. He'll go back to the pits and take care of it. Thanks for coming out to the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. MSD, the unquestioned leader in ignition technology for more than 40 years, now has innovative electronics for your entire powertrain. From the revolutionary multi-spark CD ignition that started it all to our latest timing and rev control breakthroughs, the same technology that powers every top fuel dragster, funny car, and pro stocker on the NHRA Pro Tour can be put to work for your car on the drag strip too. MSD wiring and instrumentation solutions give you advanced control over all your electronics needs with easy-to-use components that communicate with each other and work together to build performance and value. Click on msdperformance.com today and see what MSD Performance has in store for you. Mr. Gasket has been there for hot rodders from day one. Starting at the grassroots level in Ohio more than 50 years ago, Mr. Gasket has grown right along with drag racing, protecting supercars and weekend warriors alike across every era of the sport's history with the finest race-proven gaskets and fasteners in history. From ultra-sealed gaskets to headlock header bolts, to your complete line of MLS head gaskets, everything you need to seal your engine is available at MrGasket.com. Mr. Gasket, always available there for you. And safety is utmost importance at Lakewood. That's been their #1 priority since legendary Top Fuel driver Joe Schubeck started the company in Lakewood, Ohio more than half a century ago. Any old bell housing will connect your engine to the transmission, but make sure you're using one certified by SFI for standard transmissions. The same exhaustive research and comprehensive testing that goes into our industry-leading bell housings is built into every drag shock, every traction bar, every drive shaft loop, and chassis component they build. And they're all made in America. Check out Holley.com today, and you know what? Joe Schubeck is still running his original Top Fuel dragster. We'll have him at the Nitro Revival at Irwindale Drag Strip coming up later this year.
So our track crew doing just a little bit of touch-up out there on our starting line area. And I hear motors coming to life behind me, which should be the Scott Rods, the AA gas supercharged cars coming up behind us. Classic, high and handsome, high performance hot rods. Getting set to pull out from under the tower here. out here to put on an exhibition for you. They'll be running to the 8th mile. You see those slow-moving vehicle signs adorning the wall down there at the half track. And that is the mark they are running to. Some classic show cars coming at you right now. The AA gas supercharged machines. And supercharged indeed. With the Willys body style being popular as part of it. Ed Kosicki will be your first car out over here on the right-hand side. The Jags.com lane. It's like they're not quite ready, so the Phenomenon car will wait patiently here behind the water box alongside the Violator car. No information in the computer just yet for the Violator, but he is part of Scott Leber's Scott Rods category here. Nice, stout, high performance burnouts. As they come out of the water box, they'll burn them out to the 8th mile. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. How about that? They are here to put on a show for you. Backing up from those smoky burnouts, they'll get some assistance from the backup girls there, left and right. As it's all part of the show here is the AA gas supercharged machines from Scott Rods. Get set to line up. The dry hop there, left side of the track in the Budweiser lane for the Violator car. Ed Kosicki. He'll drop the hammer there and put the Phenomenon car on the wheelie bar. These cars typically target a 560 index on the 8th mile mark. And the backup ladies getting them lined up and ready to go. And here we go. Ohio runners left and right. The tree drops and away they go. Straight, true, top end. 562 left side for the Violator. And he kicks off the blower belt down there at the 700-foot mark. So we'll have to run down there and pick that up. 567 right side for Ed Kosicki in the Phenomenon. So good laps a pair for the Scott Rods. As the crazy grandpa over here left side, Bob Cook, will get set. As our crew will have to run out there and pick up that blower belt. Out there just past the 8th mile finish line mark. So the Willys over here on the right being pushed back behind the water box right now. Hopefully it's just to let it cool off a little bit and he'll fire it up and bring it back into the water. But Bob Cook in the Corvette over there on the left-hand side. 57 Corvette out of Chagrin Falls, Ohio. For over 90 years, Mallory Ignition products have helped bring countless racers to the winner's circle. Their passion for racing is built into every innovative product we make, including ignition boxes, fuel systems, and tune-up parts. Developed by professional racers and performance enthusiasts, Mallory products pack the power, quality, and performance that separates the novices from the champions. To find out how Mallory can help make it you, back to the burnouts now in the Crazy Grandpa. Budweiser side of the track, the silver Corvette of Bob Cook. Alongside the Black Willies over here on the right-hand side. And for everybody watching in on dragracer.tv, it's hard to see through all the tire smoke, but they are coming back to get lined up here on the starting line. Attention in the pit area, we need 750 eliminator to lanes 4 and 5, please. 750 eliminator to lanes 4 and 5. Once again, 750 eliminator. We need you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Little dry hop there for the trick or treat car. Over here on the right hand side, alongside the Crazy Grandpa. Again, running to the 8th mile. 560 the target. Both cars staged and ready. Black car is a handful. As he goes right, then left, then right, then across the finish line to a 730. But the Corvette, closer to the index, getting the job done. Here's Al Lynch. He is Nova. Supercharged machine on the left-hand side, running with the Scott rods. Alongside Mike Kalinowski's unfinished business. The Anglia-bodied machine. How about that burnout for the unfinished business machine of Mike Kalinowski? He'll hustle right back now to get lined up here on the starting line. Looking at the Jegs.com scoreboard. The Nova right there as well. Supercharged big blocks, the name of the game here. As the Nova left and the Anglia right. So dry hops, ripping the throttle. Leaping towards the starting line. Both of them going to do it. Al and Mike. Al left, Mike right. Little encouragement there for the driver on the right-hand side as he pounds on the hood. Staged and ready. Both cars moving around quite a bit. But a 561 at 125 for Kalinowski. Getting the job done there. And for Al Wilson, 587 at 117. Two more coming to life. Here I'm pulling up behind me right now as we need 750 eliminator. 750 eliminator to the staging lanes for qualifying session number 1. 750 eliminator to the lanes for Q1. We need your lanes 4 and 5. Tim Irwin, he calls it Big Red. A little newer ride for Tim. Tim out of Portland, Indiana. The lead R&D man at Mosier Engineering over there in his 66 Chevy 2. Big block Chevy with the hupper on top, pushing the air in. And I believe this is Dave Benjamin over here on the right-hand side in that all gold Willys. Short wheelbase, high horsepower. Now it's dry hop time. As he rips the throttle. Eases his way forward, getting a little guidance to move it over a little bit to the left. Again, the objective is to get to the 660 mark in 5.60 seconds, as close as you can to that. So far, nobody's run under that number yet. Big wheels up start for the gold machine, and then it makes an immediate left. He steps off the throttle and he'll guide it towards the finish line to a 758 at 92 miles an hour. Tim Irwin 570 at 123. So great show there from the Scott Rods. We'll see them throughout the weekend. It's great to have them on board here as part of the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. 750 index cars. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. 750 index to the lanes. We're going to do just a little bit of track prep. A little broom, a little drag. A little touch up out there. And then we will be ready for the 750 index category. With over 30 years of race-proven technology, Flowmaster has the sound you want and the performance you need. With over 15 choices of sound, you can fine-tune the sound that you want for your car from aggressive to mild. Flowmaster also offers high-quality stainless steel exhaust systems, high-flow catalytic converters, performance air intakes, and now exhaust systems for UTVs. Go to flowmastermufflers.com for more information. That's flowmastermufflers, all one word, .com for more information. Flowmaster, the performance technology leader. 750 index to the lanes. Hey, and a reminder to everybody that we are live streaming this weekend here from the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Thanks to the good folks from the NHRA Motorsports Museum. They've brought us on board here to provide wire-to-wire live streaming coverage of this weekend's events. You can find it on the YouTube channel, Drag Racer TV. Or you can go to the website, dragracer.tv or dragracertv.com. Either one of them get you there. And at the top of the page, you'll find a link to watch the coverage from this weekend here at Bowling Green. So once again, we need 750 eliminator index to the lanes, please. 750 to the lanes, lanes 4 and 5. We need you. 750, 750 to the lanes. Sounds like some of our competitors warming up over there in the pit area right now. Probably one of our fuel cars over there, as we will see. Nostalgia Top Fuel Dragster and Nostalgia Funny Car later on this afternoon. Right now they are targeted for 3 p.m. for their first qualifying session. We'll see them in a little while. 750 Eliminator, you should be in the staging lanes. If you're not there, we're sure looking for you now. 750 Eliminator to the lanes. Hey, attention in the pit area. We want to let you know about a little bit of a schedule change coming up this afternoon, as we are trying to make sure we hit our 3 o'clock start time for Q1 of our fuel categories. If you're in Hot Rod Eliminator, you will run before the fuel cars rather than after. That is the schedule change coming up. We're going to move you up a notch in the schedule, and we will put you after 6.0 Eliminator and before Nostalgia Top Fuel. So once again, Hot Rod Eliminator, your Q2 will slide up a little bit in the schedule, and you will run after 6.0 Eliminator and before Nostalgia Top Fuel. Just want to let you know that's the case. Everything appears to be in readiness out here on the racing surface itself. It looks like we're getting ready to bring 750 cars to the ready line. So our first category here of our indexes, 750, 7.0, and 6 flat. It's going to be the 750 cars, and that is the target up on the scoreboard. Quarter-mile competitors coming up now, and the objective is to run as close as you can to 7.50 seconds. You'll see a combination of door slammers, dragsters, alters, anything and everything, all with the same mission. 750 on the scoreboard. Don Moore, left side, the dragster. Front motor car coming out of the water box right now. Don out of Hamilton, Ohio, alongside James Hayes from Troy, Ohio, in his 58 Batmobile Corvette over here on the right-hand side. Both cars with a bug scoop on top, the injector hat. Little 671 blower on top. Over there on the left side of the Donovan Block 406. Don Moore lining up, pointing at the Budweiser scoreboard. James Hayes. Jags.com side, again, 750, the number that they're looking for. Row 3 start. Away they go, side by side. Top end, dragster's going to get there first. 752 at 173 for Don Moore. He left the red light on, doesn't matter. 752 at 173 miles an hour, got there first. For Hayes, bigger speed, 760 at 183 miles an hour for the Corvette. It's like Dave Schaefer out of Lincoln, Illinois, left side alongside Wade Nunnally from Brandon, Florida. Schaefer, left side, the mechanic. 37, Fiat Topolino body machine alongside the 23T replica body for the Donovan-powered Wade Nunnally, Brandon, Florida. Again, looking for 750s, a little bit of a wiggle out there for Nunnally, but gets to the finish line first, 742 at 180 miles an hour. He is under the index. 776 right side, or excuse me, left side for David Schaefer. Derek McQuiston, Covington, Ohio. That is the Speed Dog injected long car, the dragster left side, alongside Justin Schaefer. That's Dave's son, Lincoln, Illinois. Schaefer's little 32 Bantam over here on the right. Derek and Shannon McQuiston. Shannon out in front of the car. Derek backing up. Justin Schaefer, 743 at 181, 761 for Derek McQuiston over there on the left-hand side. Next up, it's Jared Bradshaw and Tyler Allen. All right, back to it now with Jared Bradshaw, Utica, Kentucky. That is the front motor dragster over on the left. Tyler Allen, right side from Manchester, Kentucky. 63 Corvette. Again, both of them shooting for a 750 at the top end. Away they go, side by side. Good runs on both sides of the track. Looks like the Corvette falls off at the finish line. 7:61 left at 1:78. The Corvette losing momentum down at the top end for an 8-second pass. Attention in the pit area. Ken Kanukin. Hopefully we're pronouncing that correctly. Ken Kanukin, Kinnucan. The California runner. We need to see you here in race control. Ken Kanukin, if you could make your way up to race control. We are in need of your presence up here. Ken Kanukin, Kinnucan. From San Juan Capistrano, California. We need to see you in race control as soon as you can make your way up here. Thank you very much. As Dylan Starks from Greenbrier, Tennessee. His supercharged front engine dragster over on the Budweiser side of the track. Again, 750. Is the lucky number. That's what we're looking for. Drifts out a little to the left, moves it back towards the center, and at the top end it's a 774. 774 at 173 for Dylan Starks. Two more front-motored cars coming at you right now. The dragsters left and right. Dan Mullen left side out of Kankakee, Illinois. And right side, Brian Friend from Columbus Grove, Ohio. Front engine dragsters. Big block power left, small block power right, both of them. Spinning the supercharger on top. Mullen in the Gold Digger. Those very low slung weed burner headers over there on the left hand side. Right side, a little more traditional look for Brian Friend. In the green Mantis. Nice clean runs for both. At the top end, left side, a little too quick, 743 at 177 for Mullen. Friend, 774 at 176. A little bit slow. He'll have to speed it up to hit that 750 number. So two dragsters head down track. Now it's two supercharged altereds, left and right. Tom Malik and Kelly Friels Key. Malik out of Battle Creek, Michigan. The 23T altered left side, supercharged. Alongside Kelly Friels Key. Part of that legendary Friels Motorsports family here. Super quick runners out of Division 3. Kelly backs up her Bantam altered. Over here on the right. So Tom's wife ran a little earlier in her Cookie Monster front motor dragster. Here is Tom. Lining up left side, right side, Kelly. Arius Power sitting out in front of the driver. Both of them with a little rumpity rump as they rock their way into the staging beam. Malik on and off the throttle, just porpoising out there. In the meantime, Kelly Friels heads for the other end, 7:59 at 1:73. Nice, good run there for Kelly. Tom Malik, little leapfrog in there as he comes off the starting line and runs off of the number, but at a bigger speed. Now we go to door slammers for Raystar Pro Wheels over on the left. That's Sean Grant out of Owensboro, the 67 Mustang. Supercharged Ford power. And Randall Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. Kentucky Drag Racing Hall of Famer over here on the right-hand side in his full-bodied Chevrolet 57 Chevy. Bow tie power. All Ford left, all Chevy right. Talked to Randall last night as I was getting set up. He blames Pat Friels for this. Friels sold him this 57 Chevy and then decided to put one of his motors out of his pulling tractors in it, and the hook was set. Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. Well, both of them straight as a string as they head for the quarter-mile mark. And at the top end, Bowles with a 7:56 at 177. Sean Grant, 7:78 at 175. Good, clean, nice passes left and right for Grant and Bowles. How about the little Vega funny car? Over here on the left, Barnett DeCero in the Dago Express 3. That guy out in front of the car, that's Anthony DeCero, lead instructor at Nitro University. And this nostalgia stuff is what got him into drag racing to begin with. Anthony and family moved from California, wound up just outside of Indianapolis. Anthony has trained some of the big names now in Nitro racing. Justin Ashley and Austin Prock and Krista Baldwin, and about 40 drivers that come through his driving school, got their licenses, and have moved on to bigger and better things. All courtesy of Mr. Anthony DeCero. You see him out there in front of the little Vega over on the left-hand side alongside Casey Geeslin. Geeslin out of Senatobia, Mississippi. Womp-a-womp-a-womp. How about that? That'll rattle your teeth. Anthony goes out there to make sure everything is good as Marnette will back up from the burnout right now. Marnette from Pittsboro, Indiana. And not sure if that is a signal that the car is broke. He was making some sort of hand gesture, but that's what those Italians do when they talk, so hard to tell what it meant. Anthony moving quickly. And it looks like maybe we got to get the starter box, as it looks like it shook it loose. Everybody moving in a hurry. In the meantime, waiting as patiently as he can is Casey Geeslin over here on the right. In his big block. Anthony got the car fired, gets out of the way, as they know this is a qualifier. Once they've done their burnout, they don't get another chance at it. Got to get up there and make a pass. And the funny car's being a little bit difficult right now, but at least we'll have the name on the sheet as Casey Giesland with a 743 at 180. Marnette, 1141 at 64, and that car's got a lot more in it. I'm sure Anthony and the crew will have that thing tuned up and ready to go for the second qualifier coming up later today. So the tow vehicle being directed to get outside of the groove to go down there and pick up the little funny car. Attention in the pit area, we need 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes. Dave Waters and Mike Hyman getting set now. Waters left side, that is the Willys. Left side out of St. Louis, Missouri, 41 Willys. Right side, the front motored car of Mike Hyman from Smiths Grove, Kentucky. And it looks like we've got a check out there on the top end of the track. And our crew is saying that we're going to have to shut them off out there, as we may have a little bit of a cleanup just at the finish line down there. So we will get that checked out, and we'll get back to action as quickly as we can. So once again, thank you all for coming out to the 18th Annual Holly National Hot Rod Reunion right here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. We're happy that each and every one of you have come out. We hope you enjoy your 3 days of racing here at Bowling Green.
All right, for those of you trying to get your program for today's event, this week's event, they have them now at the T-shirt booth. Head over to the NHRA booth and get your event program. They have got them now. They just replenished the stock, and they have got event programs at the T-shirt booth, the NHRA T-shirt booth. Head on over there right now. You know, since 1958, Hurst Performance has been the forefront of developing legendary products, including manual and automatic shifters, Hurst wheels, and roll control. Hurst also offers a full line of high-quality products for modern muscle cars, suspension upgrades, graphics packs, and more. Now you can build your own version of a modern-day Hurst muscle car with the finest products designed and built by people who know performance. Hurst Performance. For more information, check us out at www.hurst-shifters.com. And everybody knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. But did you know that NOS is celebrating over 40 years of being a nitrous powerhouse? NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. On the track or on the street, the #1 brand in performance is Holley, with over 115 years of performance excellence. Whether you're looking for the latest Holley. Ken Kinucan from San Juan Capistrano. Ken Kinucan, please come to the timing tower. You got your 1967 AMC. They need to see you in the tower. All right, track is getting worked on. We should be getting it cleaned up shortly.
Hey everybody, Charlie Hutton here. When I'm putting the finishing touches on a restoration project, there's only one paint system I rely on for outstanding results. PPG's EnviroBase high-performance paint system features waterborne technology. The EnviroBase system is easy to use and offers exceptional color quality. And that's not all. These low VOC products help improve air quality in the shop as well as the community around it. No wonder it's the leading waterborne refinish brand in North America. EnviroBase High Performance offers world-class results for a better world.
This is Bobby Alloway. When we're restoring a classic vehicle, our go-to paint line is Deltron by PPG. With the Deltron paint system, you can achieve a wide range of amazing colors, even black. And the clear coat finish is durable for years to come and very, very, very user-friendly. When you want the best results, try Deltron by PPG. Trust me, it's paint you can trust.
All right, still doing a little cleanup there at the top end. You know, from street easy to full race, Holley's EFI systems cover everything from simple throttle body systems to all-out race systems. Breakthrough features including self-tuning strategies, handheld programmers, and striking digital display touchscreens. Holley EFI powers NHRA Pro Stock, GM's Copo Camaro, the Monster Jam Truck Series, ARCA, and is the choice for your muscle car, truck, or street car. Make sure you drop by the Holley EFI Racer trailer this weekend and learn about the Sniper EFI and bolt-on carburetor replacement EFI systems that will bring you your muscle you need for your car in the EFI era. Tomorrow's fuel injection today. Holley EFI. Log on to holley.com for more information. You know, I walked over there just a little while ago while I took a break, and I talked to him. I've got a couple of cars. I need to improve the systems. Now, I'm running Holley carburetor on one and another brand on one other car, and you know what? I just need to get a little bit better performance. I want to get rid of the stumble. I want to get rid of the hesitation, and I want to improve gas mileage as well as get horsepower. And Holley EFI and the Sniper system is the way to go. Now, I've talked to them. I'd love to put a Holly system on my coupe, my 48 Plymouth coupe, and I've got a 1929 Ford Woody hot rod that really needs help. It's got that other brand carburetor on it, and it's just not working right. So Holly EFI in the future for me, and it could be for you too. Head on over to the Holly booth right now and check it out. Also, if you haven't already picked up your event shirt, man, you got to get over there. They are deluged and they're losing sizes. That's right, they're selling out really quickly. So if you want to get that shirt to prove that you were here for the 18th Holly National Hot Rod Reunion, head on over to the t-shirt booth now and check it out. Also, get your program. They just arrived. They've replenished the stock. They got plenty of Hot Rod Reunion programs there for you. Check it out. Get your event shirt. Prove that you were here. You will not be able to prove, other than the sunburn, you can't prove that you were here this week for the Holly. FM, 87.9 FM, and you won't be able to get away from me. Beautiful day here. Grandstands are filling up. Glad you could make it out. I'll tell you what, of all the tracks I go to, this is one of my favorite because of the grandstands alone. I mean, no other track has covered grandstands where you can be sitting in the shade and be comfortable throughout the day. Dragging some rubber, getting the track nice and smooth and tacky. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment as we bring up the first qualifying round of Top Fuel. All right, teams are walking the track, taking a look at things. Photographers are getting ready. That's always a good sign. When the photographers are ready, you know the cars are coming soon. On behalf of NHRA and the crew here at Beach Bend, we're glad you could be here with us. Dan Horan Jr. from Sylmar, California is going to be the first one out over in the Budweiser lane. Now, Horan comes from a family of racers. His dad was a Top Fuel racer as well. Dan Horan in a new dragster. He's also got a funny car he runs. Says on the side of the car, Digger Dan Horan, and that was the name his dad went by. His dad was racing well into his later years and even won one of the good guys classes in top races in Top Fuel. All right, side-by-side run getting ready to go. Don't have tech information yet on all the cars. It's still being entered. Nitro in the air as they fire up. First passes for a Nitro car down the track. Dragster in the right lane's got stickers still on the tires. Haven't even scuffed them in yet. I think he scuffed them. Dan Horan, a regular on the West Coast racing scene, whether it's in his funny car or on the dragster. His dad only ran dragsters. As a matter of fact, ran his original car through the 1970s and 80s and 90s. I believe it's Hilton driving the car in the right lane. He won this event, I believe, 2 years ago. His dad is a chassis and hot rod builder. And I believe that's his dad right in front, telling him which way to go, just like any parent does. So Nitro in the house, get ready. Fresh track, prepped, ready to go. Can they get all that horsepower to the pavement? Bobby Hilton watching over as his son gets ready to go. Dan Horan over in the Bud lane. Hilton here in. Horan gets out of shape. He's still putting his foot down. Hilton goes up in smoke. Horan takes the long way down the track and runs a 630. Hilton a 606, 215 miles an hour. Horan was 228 miles an hour at the stripe, but he was going every which way but straight. Used up a lot of real estate on that run, and it showed in the ET. All right, here we go. Jimmy Young out of Salem, Wisconsin. Here in the right lane. Teams are checking the track out there. Crews are going down to get their racer. Tim Cullinan in the Irish getting ready to go. The Irish car bomb, pretty shade of green. Jimmy Young out of Salem here in the right lane. Right now on the top with a 606 was Hilton. 630 for Horan. That's not going to hold up. Hilton won this event 2 years ago, posting strong 5-second runs. All right, they both lit. They're ready to go. .406 Chrysler Hemi here in the right lane. No tech information on the Irish yet. They both get to about the 3:30 mark before they shut down. Funny car to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes. First call, funny car to the lanes, please. Funny car. Come on down to the lane. The mainstay of the engine for this category is definitely the Chrysler Hemis. But we're going to see a car coming up in a little while that doesn't conform to that. Last minute adjustments. Crews are ready. They're walking away from the car. It's in the hands of the driver now. Uh-oh, one of the crewmen runs back. Okay, got it. A lot of smoke here in the right lane from Jimmy Young. The Budweiser lane, 624, 217. Here, a great mile per hour of 236. But a 675. So right now, it's Hilton still number one. So right lane went up in smoke. If you from here in the tower, we can see the tracks he left, and he went the long way down the track, much like Horan did. Crews going to chase their vehicle. Safety staff checking the track right now. Funny car to the lanes, please. Funny car to the lanes. Jim Murphy, another California racer out of Santa Rosa, California. A 2013 Nielsen Parks chassis with a road deck, 417. Jim Murphy, a tough competitor, has been doing this for a number of years. All right, getting ready. Jim Murphy and Tim getting ready to go. Mike Taylor. All right, Mike Taylor over in the Budweiser lane. Jim Murphy here in the Jegs lane. As they get ready to go. Still more nitro action to happen. We need funny car to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes, please. Funny cars to the lanes. And I know of at least two other Top Fuel racers that haven't pulled up yet. Don't know if they're still working on their cars and getting them done. I know one had transportation issues getting over here, broke down a couple of times. So he got here late. He may not be ready to do a qualifier. But I saw Adam Sorokin's car coming off the trailer early this morning. So they are definitely here and had the time, unless they ran into a problem as well. But we'll see. There are still cars that have to roll around the corner for this round of qualifying in Top Fuel. The good thing about Top Fuel is all the bugs leave the starting line area for a while and stay away from the track. Crew's taking a last look, checking things out. Murphy's team's ready. They're always prepared. Squirting raw fuel into the injector hat. Uh-oh, they've got a problem. They pulled off the starter cable, not getting any power to the starter. Changing cables. This is when panic sets in, when things don't go as planned. Whether you've got the right stuff or not, you always get nervous. They've got it connected up. There we go. All right, we got fire in the hole. Murphy's crew saying, yeah, we got time. Don't worry about it. Boy, that thing sounded healthy. Still got the stickers on the tires, too, so that's a fresh set of rubber. Not the burnout I think he wanted to do. Murphy's car lit, ready to go as well. Jim Murphy, a past champion in Top Fuel. Jim Murphy laying down some rubber. Murphy's car coming back. Mike Taylor pulling up to the line. All right, so Jim Murphy. If I were a betting man, my money would be on Murphy. I don't know about Mike Taylor, though. He could be the upsetter here. Murphy right down the center of the lane to a 606, 223 mile an hour run, 724 up in smoke. Tire turn for the competition. Murphy goes up to the number 2 spot, another 606. So the top 2 cars are both at 606. Murphy with a 606.6, and the car number 379 with a 606.3. Final call, funny car. Final call, funny car. And Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds now. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. Come on up. Funny car. Final call. Funny car. Final call to the lanes. And the staff checking the track out. Crew's going back to retrieve the drivers. Some more nitro burning action coming your way here at Bowling Green at the 18th Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Hooker Headers, the winningest headers in racing history, celebrates over 50 years of performance power. Hooker Headers feature tuned length primary tubes, high quality welds, long transition collectors, machined flanges, and much, much more. From stock Camaros to NHRA Pro Stockers, Hooker has the header to make your classic or late model vehicle quicker, faster, and lighter. Also check out Hooker Blackheart headers and exhaust systems for your modern muscle car or truck. Hooker Blackheart also has the swap headers and exhaust systems you need to complete your late model Gen 3 Hemi, Ford Coyote, or GM LS swap into your popular classic car as well. Hooker, when only the best will do. MSD, the unquestioned leader in ignition technology for more than 40 years, now has innovative electronics for your entire powertrain. From the revolutionary multi-spark CD ignition that started it all to our latest timing and rev control breakthroughs. The same technology that powers every top fuel dragster, funny car, and pro stocker on the NHRA Pro Tour can be put to work for you on your drag strip. MSD Wiring and Instrumentation Solutions gives you advanced control over all your electronics with easy-to-use components that communicate with each other and work together to build performance and value. Click on msdperformance.com today and see what MSD Performance has in store for you. Julius Hughes out of Gainesville, Georgia. Speed shop owner in the 2011 Horton chassis with a Hemi 413 over in the Budweiser lane. Funny car, final call, funny car, final call. All right, fire in the hole. Julius Hughes, Gainesville, Georgia. The time to beat is 6:06. Top time right now, 6:06.3. All right, he gets some RPM there and gets the tires heated up. From what we've seen, that may not be enough of a burnout to get the power to the pavement. Looking at the tire streaks going down the track, the last batch of top fuel cars were using up a lot of the track space as they went down. Julius Hughes backing up. All right, Julius Hughes getting ready to go. Going to make a single run. Funny cars, you should be in the lanes, suited up, ready to go. That's the straightest run we've seen so far, but he shuts off early to a 677. Shuts off early, 677, 156 at a 1.160 foot mark, and that puts Julius Hughes in the number 6 spot so far.
Hey everybody, Charlie Hutton here. When I'm putting the finishing touches on a restoration project, there's only one paint system I rely on for outstanding results. PPG's EnviroBase high-performance paint system features waterborne technology. The EnviroBase system is easy to use and offers exceptional color quality. And that's not all. These low VOC products help improve air quality in the shop as well as the community around it. No wonder it's the leading waterborne refinish brand in North America. EnviroBase High Performance offers world-class results for a better world.
All right, more qualifying action. His car is still pulling around the corner. Hi, Debbie. How you doing out there? Debbie Jones, Vice President of the Faroes Car Club, is out there watching things. Midwest Nostalgia Modified. Final call. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. Final call to the lanes. right, the 777 Top Fuel car. Beautiful candy apple red machine getting ready to go. Still the Hemi configuration. Another short burst. And taking a while to slow it down, not really hard on the brakes. A lot of racing action still to happen here at Bowling Green. Don't forget, the final round of today's qualifying for these cars will be at 7 p.m. So you're going to get some sun going down. You're going to see the exhaust flames coming out of these babies. As the next round of qualifying for nitro cars will be at 7 p.m. Now, we still have more dragsters to bring up and the funny cars. Then we need the Nostalgia, Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds through the lanes, your final call. All right, Candy Apple Red Dragster getting ready to go. Tech information still forthcoming on a number of the cars. A little bit of a wiggle. Engine goes away right before the finish line. 610, 224. 610, 224 miles an hour. That's the number 3 run of the day, but the second highest mile per hour, the third highest mile per hour, third quickest vehicle, third fastest vehicle as well. Strangely enough, one of the slower ETs has the highest mile per hour at 236, and that was Jimmy Young. But 224. Number 3. All right, now this is a license pass for the driver. All right, the time bandit coming up here now. Going to make a license pass. A little more water down, on the tires. They're checking out the track right now. I'm going to get the car off track. Right now, it does not appear that they found any issues. So safety crews pulling off track. We've got a clear track. We are just about ready to go with this license pass for the youngster. So license pass for the driver. All right, this car comes to life, another nitro car. This is a license pass and an unusual configuration when you think about the other cars that have run, as this is not a Hemi. Appears to be a big block Chevy for power. It's popping good though. Another short burst. Seems like the guys are making these short burst burnouts. For a couple of cars it's working, and that's what counts. Chevy engine definitely has a different sound than the Hemis that have been running. This will be a license pass. I'm not sure what he needs to do for a license pass with this car. A typical NHRA license pass or license procedure requires 6 passes. 2 60-foots, 2 330s, or 2 half-track, and 2 full-on passes. Just a little bit of wiggle. That thing digs in. Goes 696 at 194 miles an hour. 696 at 194. So if they were going to run a qualifier, that puts them on the bubble. That 696 becomes the bump spot. All right, so good run for the Chevy-powered dragster at 696. If that counts as a qualifying pass, that is now the bump spot, 696. Diamond Dave coming up next. This one's also listed as a license pass. We'll see what happens. It's got the traditional Hemi for power. All right, license pass for this driver. Again, because it's a license, we don't have tech information. The bubble now 696. This is a traditional Hemi-powered car. The last car that ran was a Chevy-powered. Nice sound coming out of the pipes. Not making the call, but out there in the pit someplace was Adam Sorokin and Brendan Murray. So there's still two other cars. We think they might be waiting for the cooler temperatures in the evening. Funny cars coming up right now. Full stage, ready to go. Using up some real estate, wiggling a bit, gets close to the center line. 609. 609 at 226 miles an hour. Third quickest run of the day. And as far as mile per hour, the third quickest mile per hour of the day as well. So of the heavy hitters, Murphy is number 2. Horan, number 6. So funny car coming up next. The Illinois Thunder. So we're thinking some of the teams are holding back for cooler weather because, well, they're just not pulling up to the line. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Nostalgia lanes 2 and 3. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes, please.
So this is Q1 of Nostalgia Funny Car, and right now, only one car going to make a lap. They have multiple qualifying opportunities throughout the weekend, but the one that comes up, this is Levi Keenan out of Paris, Illinois, the Illinois Thunder machine, Plymouth Arrow. Get some tuning assistance from Tom Motry. You might know that name, the Drastic Plastic Machine. So Levi and Eric Strandberg standing behind the tailgate of the car there, and their crew out of Paris. They were in it and then out of it and now back in it. Levi gets to spend some time racing with the Funny Car Chaos Series, so certainly not his first lap of the season, as he's been making time with the Funny Car Chaos folks and running their circuit races. In fact, was a big part of that 71 Funny Car show that happened down at the Texas Motorplex as Chaos kicked off their 2021 season this year. But this is the real deal. 96% in the tank. Tom Moultrie likes to run a big load in their combination. So at night, the 8-foot header flames every single time. But Levi will put his name on the sheet. Several other funny cars over there in the pit area, they elect to sit out this session. They'll come back when it's a little bit cooler at 7 o'clock tonight. But in the meantime, Levi pulls that beautiful burgundy and gray Illinois Thunder Plymouth Arrow into the beams right now. He's been running it with an 1/8 mile setup. First time on the 1/4 mile here in 2021. Let's see what type of number he puts down. But a nice looking lap for Levi, and he starts to drift to the left and wisely clicks it off. Doesn't want to knock the shiny off of it. 8:56 at 92 miles an hour, coasting at the finish line, but Levi at least the first one to register a time here in Nostalgia Funny Car. We'll see them later on this evening, as well as our Top Fuel qualifying session number 2. Both of those happening later on tonight, somewhere around 7 o'clock. But in the meantime, we've got the Midwest Nostalgia Modified. Nostalgia Superstock, you have been called to the staging lanes to lanes 2 and 3. But Midwest Nostalgia Modified coming up right now. They wait at the ready line. You see the modified production indicators on the windshields there. And each of these is running in a class category. If you are running a class category, no matter what it might be, and you were in the wrong class for the first qualifying session, be sure and come up and see Andy up here in the tower so we can get you classed correctly. Especially important when we get into eliminations because your handicap is determined by your class designation. Jack Small, Owensboro, Kentucky, will come up in that 65 Corvette. AAA modified production. Not sure what that means other than it's quick. 875 is his category index. Jeff Cleveland alongside Ellesmere, Kentucky. The 65 Chevrolet, the Malibu. He calls it unfinished business over there on the right. As we're going to do just a little bit of track prep out here, knock some of that clutch dust off that might be out there lingering after the fuel cars. Pretty good Q1 in the heat of the day here, and we expect performance to pick up when we get to qualifying session number 2. Our photographers out there capturing all those shots. It's great to see the media presence here this weekend. And for you fans out there in the grandstands, we appreciate having each and every one of you out there. Got plenty more action coming up as qualifying continues here today. And qualifying for the nitro categories will happen once again around 7 o'clock this evening. Give them a window of opportunity to get their cars serviced and back together, and they'll be back out later on. But in the meantime, we've got business here as we are qualifying for eliminations, which will be coming up later this weekend. Kevin Peppera. Hi, Kevin. Long time no see. You know the voice. Right up here behind all this equipment. Yes, you right there, buddy. Good to see Kevin and Nancy out here this weekend. It's great to see all of our friends that because of the last year we haven't got to see as often as we'd like, but Great to see everybody back out here again as we start to get a little bit more normal in life, and it feels great to be here at Bowling Green, returning for the 18th annual Holly National Hot Rod Reunion right here at legendary Beach Bend. Again, Nostalgia Superstock. We need you to the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. If you're having trouble hearing the PA, tune in to 87.9 FM. 87.9 FM to hear the simulcast of the PA. Modified coming at you right now. Bob Beck, are you ready to jump back in and take it over?
Oh, definitely. Malibu, Jeff Cleveland out of Ellesmere, Kentucky. 62-year-old retired guy out of 65 Chevy Malibu. Taking on Jack Small's 65 Corvette. 427 cubic inches in the Malibu, unknown in the beautiful Corvette. Beautiful Corvette with the removable hardtop. Malibu digging in on a second burnout on a dry hop, pulls the front wheels up in the air. Jeff Cleveland. Corvette got the wheelie bars in the back. Full stage, both cars. Lights begin to drop. RPMs are up. Red light for the Malibu. And he spins the tires, using up some real estate going from the left to the right. The Corvette drives around. Corvette goes 881, 153 to a 1077, 123. So the Corvette was on an 875 index, did pretty good. Greg Wentz out of Florence, Kentucky, 68 Camaro. Tom Gilliam out of Lafayette, Indiana, 70 Camaro. Index of 1050 for Gilliam, 10 flat for Wentz. Double reds, they both leave early. 2 008s. They both cut identical ETs down to the 1,000. At the stripe, 1003 on a 10 index to a 1069 on a 50. I've got red light buttons for those guys. All they got to do is come up here. I got their pins. 00 reds. Shane Smith out of Central City, Kentucky, 69 Camaro here in the Jegs lane. Donnie Beeler in the 67 Camaro. 10 or 11 flat index for Donnie in the Bud lane. 1125 for the Jegs lane. 027 and 031, good reaction times for both drivers. 1030 on a 1125, not quite right. 1095 to an 11, and that's better. Donnie Vaught out of Milton, Tennessee. He's on an 1125 index. Gary Rollo out of Mont Bellevue, Texas. 79 Chevy Monza. Red light for the Monza, 022 red. And the Monza's quicker. $923 on a 925 index in the left lane, 1119 in the right lane. Pair of Novas, both 67s. I guess we got deuces on the line. 2 Chevy 2s. Steve Carpenter and Danny Kellums. Carpenter pulls the wheels high and bounces down the track. Wow! 040 reaction time, and he is moving strong. Goes 10.04 on a 10 index to a 10.10 on a 10 index. Beautiful, screaming yellow Corvette. Modified lane 4 and 5. Modified lane 4 and 5. Tri-5 Chevy of Scott Abbott out of Marysville, Tennessee. 427 in that 55 Chevrolet. Kyle Renfro in the 62 Corvette with a 402. 9 flat index for the Corvette. 1050 for the 55. 55 comes up in the air, front wheel shaking. Straightens back out. The Corvette is running strong, looking for a 9. Goes 923, 146 to an 1197 on a 1050, way off the number. Another Nova. One of our honorees, Cotton Perry, over in the Budweiser lane. Mark Mag out of Bowling Green in the Camaro. And Perry, red lights. But he's there first. Perry goes 10:05 to an 11:09. John Renfro from Litchfield, Michigan. 67 Nova with a 402 big block. And at the stripe, looking for a 9 flat, goes 911, 148 miles an hour. A lot more door slammers coming your way here in the staging lanes. Thanks for coming out to the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion, the 18th edition. I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Warren here in the tower, telling you what's hot, what's not, and keeping you informed. Also, don't forget the tunes. If you have some friends that couldn't get here, DragRacer.tv is where it's going live stream. And if you have trouble hearing the PA, 87.9 on your FM dial. Donnie O. Wilson from Cave City, Kentucky, 65 Corvette. F Nostalgia Superstock on the road right now. 1125 is what he's looking for in the Dodge. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois in the Belvedere. A 440 in that machine. 426 in the Dodge. He's looking for a 1025. The Dodge is looking for an 1125. Mighty Mopars, a pair headed down the track. And it is the Plymouth leading the way, as it should. Goes a 10-15 on a 25 index. Donnie goes 10-11-26 on an 11-25 index. Malibu Wagon, Gabriel Ray, and Jimmy Grauer in the Buick. Malibu and Buick Specials, the mid-size GM products, beginning in 1964. Red line to the Buick. 050 to an 013 green for the Malibu. Malibu looking for a 975, goes 974. Gower looking for an 1175, goes 1179, so they're both where they need to be. Danny Whitford out of Paducah, Kentucky with the Chevelle. 975's his index. Ronald Tiller from Lebanon, Tennessee, a 528 cubic inch Hemi, looking for a 950. Double red. They both leave early, both with 05 red lights. So 950 and 975 index for these cars. 951 and then 977, right where they wanted to be. Flamin' Barracuda coming up next after this pair. Dodge Long Roof, Jimmy Deaver out of Hodgenville, Kentucky. 64 Dodge Wagon. The Bubbleback, Barry Camps, 62 Bel Air Sport with a 572 big block. Dodge with the whole shot, 056 reaction. But the Chevy, look at the horsepower move in that machine. He's looking for a 925. He gets a 935. The Dodge goes 1072 on a 75. Another Plymouth pair. Mopar in this case stands for Move Over. Plymouths are racing. Dale Mears in the 68 Barracuda and Frank Gaskins in the 64 Plymouth Savoy. Mopar still one of the more popular superstock cars. Barracuda pulls the front wheels up high, lands nice and gently, and keeps on running strong. He's looking for a 975, goes 965. Gaskins was looking for a 11, goes 1093. Plymouth and Dodge. Bernie Lawrence out of Bowling Green, the 63 Polara. Dennis Breton out of Plainsville, Indiana, 65 Belvedere. Plymouth pulls it up in the air at a 005 reaction time. Wow, he's moving. He's looking for a 950, goes 940 at 141 miles an hour. Bernie Lawrence, not where he wanted to be at all. He was looking for a 13, goes 1374, so he's a bit off the mark. Buick Ransport, Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee. 1025, the index. Larry Despain, a 10 flat index with the convertible. And he pulls it up, drifts to the right, straightens it back out again. Buick's got a 1360 foot mark. 007 red light. I got a red light pin for that guy. 1003 to a 1019. Well, a little bit too quick in the left lane, but right there. Gordon Long, Lake Bluff, Illinois. 65 Dodge. Jimmy Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. 65 Malibu. 1125 index for the Chevy. 1025 for the Mopar. They are gone. 102 to an 055 reaction time. The Chevy with the better reaction time, but not the horsepower. The Mopar with a 1014 on a 1025 index to an 1128 on an 1125. Ford Fairlane, the lightweight sedan. George Warren out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, 67 Fairlane 390 FE motor. Dave Kane out of Pittsburgh, Kansas, 64 Savoy with a 440. Index, 11 flat for the Ford, 1125 for the Mopar. Full stage, lights begin to drop, and off they go. Ford pulls the front wheels up in the air. 041 reaction to a 195. Mopar chasing, not going to come close to catching, but they weren't supposed to. Ford goes 1101 on an 11 index to an 1132 on a 25 index. Two midsize GMs. Olds Cutlass, Dave Wolford. 65 Cutlass with a 425. Diana Bookout, 65 Chevelle with a 555. Exhibition cars, lanes 2 and 3. Exhibitions, first call, lanes 2 and 3. Olds gets a little out of shape, but brings it right back in line. Olds leading the way, should be quicker, and is. 996 to an 1011. Chevy over in the Budweiser lane. Mopar, the Plymouth, over in the Jegs lane. Pete Allies out of Clarksville, Indiana, 63 Fury, 524 Mountain Motor. And Mike Moss out of Paducah with a 427 in the Biscayne. Red light, Biscayne heads towards the Christmas tree, then pulls away. The right lane definitely had the better 60-foot of 1.3. 997 on a 10 flat to an 1125 on a 1025. Off the mark. Little Dodge Dart over in the Budweiser lane. Mike Allies out of New Albany, Indiana. Glenn Willett out of Fancy Farm, Kentucky with a 64 Plymouth Savoy. Will the Dart be able to stick it to the Plymouth? Yeah, we'll see. They both have a 1025 index. Who's going to get the tree? Wheels up on the Dart. Reaction advantage, a slight one to the Plymouth driver. Headed down track, side by next. Plymouth's got the lead. It holds on. 10:06 to a 10:39. So Willett under the number, Alley's over the number, but still within the range they need to be. More great car action coming your way next up. This is the modified category, and it is going to be good. All right, little track prep, and then we'll get on with modifieds. All right, the modifieds coming your way. A pair of Ramblers, AMCs on the line. Overlooked by many, but these are pretty cool cars. And, you know, in Argentina, where they were also built, they were popular race cars. 6 cylinders, road race cars against the Ford Mavericks at the time. Randy Bennett out of Stockbridge, Georgia in the 64 American with a 390. No tech information yet on the car in the right lane, but he's got a lot more, looks like he's got a little bit more tire in the back. 1250 index for Randy Bennett. These AMCs were overlooked. I think they're pretty neat. Wheels go up, red light. 040 to an 042, but one's red, one's green. At the stripe, it's the Jegs lane, 1061 to an 1140. So way under his index. Again, racers, if you're running an index and you find that you're way quicker than your index, you may be miscategorized, please come to the tower and get that corrected. Nova in the hot rod. Tim Boggs out of Fayetteville, Ohio with the 67 Nova. And Brian Todd out of Hazel Green, Alabama, 31 Ford. Both are Chevy powered. Double red, 004 and 010. For the 004 driver, I've got a red light pin for you. Just bring your ET slip up to the tower. 1030 on a 10 flat index to a 1087 on an 11 flat. 55 Chevy and the Duster getting ready to go. Try 5 Chevy, Tim Winsel Winesapple. Wow. He's got almost every letter in the alphabet here in his name. Out of St. Phillips, Indiana. Tony Miles out of Tipplesville, Mississippi. Engine builder with a 70 Duster. Try 5 Chevy. Put Chevy on the map for performance in 1955 when they came out with the 265 V8. But it wasn't Chevy's first V8. Red light for the 55, 146 deep in the red. Looking for an 1150 run. The Mopar looking for a 10-second run. At the stripe, 1015 to a 1124. So Tim Westapple was way out. Billy Moffitt in the Nova in the Jegs lane, and then another Nova in the Dustin Beal in the Budweiser lane. So let's see, whoever gets there first is going to be the Bossa Nova, right? Never mind. I know. Those are daddy jokes. Yeah. Light goes red. Billy Moffitt, 033 red. Dustin Beal with an 067. Cruising down the track. Beal looking for a 1050. Moffitt for an 11 flat. Beal goes 1045. Moffitt goes 1088. Love this little Pontiac Tempest. In the early 1960s, every division of GM had a compact car. The Pontiac was unique, as was the Corvair. It had a transaxle. The base engine, a 4-cylinder, half a 389. Now, they did put a 326 V8 in those, but they still had the transaxle. This one no longer has it. That's Bill Cooper. Randy Magg in the first generation Nova 63 with a 454 big block. The Pontiac with a 455. Mr. Perry, Cotton Perry, our honoree, will you please come to the tower? Mr. Perry, Cotton Perry, please come to the tower. A 1030 for Randy Magg, at 1144 for Cooper. Another Tri-5 Chevy, this one with 60 style panel painting. Looking good up against the Mustang. 10 flat for Shane Lyle in the Tri-5, and Clyde Dunphy with the Mustang is a 1050. Cotton Perry, please come to the tower. Cotton Perry, please come to the tower. See the suspension working on the Tri-5 as it just digs in. 021 reaction, 1460 foot mark compared to the Mustang's 1.7. 1019 on a 10 flat index to a 1079 and a 1050. Another pair of Novas. Deuces Wild on the starting line. Chevy 2s. RPM start to climb as they bump into the beams. Wheels up in the right lane, left lane, right lane, out there in front. Better reaction time in the left lane. The right lane at a better 60 foot and starts to pull away. 1051, 128 on a 50 index, and an 1104 on an 11 index. They both run where they want to run. Steve Jordan with the Dodge, and Al Markham with the 36 Chevrolet. Full staged. They're gone. Red light for Markham. 126 red to 223 green. Dodge driver a little bit late. Jordan's still looking for that 11 flat run, and Markham's looking for 11 as well. They both run under. Well, actually, Jordan runs under with a 10.83. Markham on 11.85 over. John Kane out of Grindstone, Pennsylvania, 56 Chevy 210 riding high. Wade Owens out of Jackson, Missouri, 57 Chevy wagon. He says it's only got a little bitty 283. Yeah, and he's on a 10-second index. Sure, it's a 283. Wheels go way up in the air, and he is gone. A 001 reaction time. Misses a perfect light by 1,000th of a second. 10:07 to a 12:50. McCain runs right on the number. Randy French. He's got the Camaro. Neil Poole in the Malibu. Ten flat dial in for the Camaro driver, Randy French in the Jegs lane. 12:50 for Neil Poole in the Malibu. Deep stage for Poole, and he red lights. 014 red to an 058 for Randy French. French has the quicker car by over 2 seconds. He goes 10:31 on a 10 flat index to a 12:31 on a 12:50. Chevy 2 wagon, Ryan Henlon out of St. Louis. He's a filmmaker, 67 Chevy with a 400. John Meinelt out of DeLand, Florida, a plumber with a 67 Camaro, 350. 006 red light. I've got a red light pin for that driver. Just bring your ET slip up to the tower. He's looking for a 1050, goes 1047, 1145 on an 1150 for John. Nova here in the Jegs lane. Kenny Brocker out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Oh wait, I'm sorry. The smoke cloud blocked my vision. It's a Falcon. I'm sorry. They look so much alike, right? Sorry. Kenny Blocker with the 65 Ford Falcon, 331 small block, dials 12. Scott Taylor out of Cincinnati with a 66 Plymouth. 1250 is the index for him. Red light for the Falcon. 033 red, 006 green for Taylor. Excellent, excellent reaction time. At the stripe, Falcon goes 12:11. The Plymouth goes 12:47. Rare Malibu sedan takes on the Fairlane Thunderbolt style. Dennis White out of Bardstown, Kentucky, 64 Fairlane, 289 small block. Wayne Hardy out of Taylor, Mississippi, 468 big block in the Malibu. Wheels go up, they come down. Reaction times 062 to an 085. 11-second 289, sure it is. At the stripe, the Chevy getting the win, 1013 to a 1091. Love this Henry J in the right lane. I got a soft spot in my head for those cars. Had one, I bought it twice. Never finished it either time. Greg O'Quinn out of Tupelo, Mississippi, 52 Henry J. Greg Carta out of Franklin, Kentucky, law enforcement guy with a 67 Camaro. Gas eliminator to the lane. Gas eliminator to the lane. Greg O'Quinn, big red light. Left before the tree can get activated. He cruises down to the stripe with a 1084 against a 1049. 57 Chevy here in the right lane. The wagon gets out of shape, nearly hits the wall in the center. Straightens it back up again. The 72 Vega, Jake Browerman from Rockport, Indiana, 407 on a 1250 index. Shea Smith with an 11-second index. 97 pulls the wheels up high. Vega goes red. 006. I've got a red light pin for him. 998 to a 1098. So Jake, I think you're in the wrong category because your index showed up as 1250. Gas Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Gas Eliminator to the lanes. Dave Lang from Colliersville, Tennessee, heading down track. He's looking for an 11 flat run. He runs 1069, a little bit under. Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. You like a show? You like cars pulling wheels in the air? We got the two biggest wheel standers here coming up next. Barracuda. For me, my most famous Barracuda, favorite Barracuda, was the Hearst Hemi under glass. But let me tell you something. Launchin' Larry out of Orland Park, Illinois, takes this front-mounted Barracuda and can put the wheels up in the air to at least the first 60 feet, well, definitely past the first 60 feet, to the 330-foot mark. That was just a burp. Wait till he backs it up. He even like that. He just want to test the traction there. Launchin' Larry is what he goes by with the Barracuda. And this time he stalled it. He gets it refired real quick. Pulling up to the beams there, getting ready to go. All right, he backs it up as fast as you can. Launch and Larry can put this thing back on the rear bumper. There's no wheelie bars on this baby. Good, ready to go. Wheels go up. Whoa, baby! Hits the back bumper, bounces it. If he hadn't hit the bumper this time, he probably would have kept the wheels up longer, but it bounced him right back down. Launch and Larry goes 12-10, 93 miles an hour. Next up, you got to watch this Chevy. Now, if you look at the back of the Chevy, you'll notice part of the bumper's missing. He has ripped it off a number of times here at Bowling Green. He loves putting the wheels up in the air. Mike Molina out of Wheatfield, Indiana. 56 Bel Air, 496 big block. He has knocked the bumper off this thing so many times. He hit so hard one time he popped the trunk open, but he kept on going. All right, here comes Molina. Watch him. Wheels go way high. He crosses it up. He never lifts. He doesn't know the term. Molina headed down the track, finally straightens it out, and goes 1080, 124 miles an hour. All right, here we go. Corey Potts out of Charleston, Indiana with the pickup. Ross Chitwood out of Bloomington, Indiana with the Nova. Chevy takes a little bit of a jump and red light so badly, he's not going to get a time. Ross Chitwood goes 9:28. All right, Brett Cole with the Vega. Brian Cagle out of Clarksville, Tennessee with the Fairmont. All right, reset the computer again, ready to go. Brett Cole looking for a 950 with the Vega. Brian Cagle looking for a 9 flat with the Futura. Oh, big red light. So big he's not going to get a time. He left before they could even hit the switch. Anticipation, the better of him. 9 flat for Cagle on a 9 flat. He runs right on the number. That's where he wanted to be. Donnie Roeder out of St. Genevieve, Missouri, 66 Rambler. Matt Chitwood out of Bloomington, Indiana, 66 Chevelle. Wheels go up in the air for the Rambler. Chitwood with the better 60-foot. Chitwood looking for a 950. Donnie Roeder looking for the 10 flat. And Roeder gets 990. Chitwood gets a 951 on a 950. That's good. Tri-5 Chevy Mike Cutter out of Dawson, Illinois. Ivan Ray the third in the 67 Nova, a.k.a. Buddy. It's Buddy off the mark with a 329.048 with Cutler, and at the stripe, 897 for Buddy. He was looking for a 9 flat and a 952. Mike Ryan out of Illinois with the 66 Chevelle in the Jeggies lane, and Shane Gill out of Trenton, Illinois. 46 Plymouth. I like this guy. It's a Plymouth pickup truck. Bet you didn't know Plymouth made trucks. Wheels go up in the air for the Chevelle. Mike Ryan with an 079 light to an 085. Coming up on the stripe, it's an 890 for Ryan and a 913 for Gill. Little under for Ryan. Ronnie Hillslip out of Nolensville, Tennessee, 67 Mustang. It's a beauty. Ryan Walker, the 55 Chevy. RPM's coming up. They're gone. Mustang turns the tires a bit, 1,360 foot mark, but he's picking up the pace. Can he catch the Tri-5 at the stripe? Yeah, 927 to a 919. Chevy taking the win light. 9 flat is the index for him. 950 for the Mustang. Falcon in another Tri-5. This time it's 56. (1964) Falcon. Falcons were introduced by Ford for the 1960 model year. Big hole shot, 390 for the Tri-5, 838 sleeping. Chevy through the lights first, 954 to a 1017. Jeff Thomas of the Columbia, Kentucky-based Barracuda, and John Guy out of Sunset, Louisiana with a 67 Camaro. 950 dial or index for Thomas, 10 flat for Guy, and Guy's got a problem. He's just sitting there. Coming up on the lights, looking for a 950, goes 939. Now John Guy leaves the line. And he doesn't seem to be pushing it as hard as he needs to make that 10-second run. As a matter of fact, he's going to run 13:26. Here's my buddy Butch Hill out of Baldwin, Missouri. We were looking for a car a few months back, and I called on one, and it happened to be Butch that was selling it. Now, I didn't really know Butch, I thought, but then he sent me a video of me talking about his car at the last Holly Hot Rod reunion. We become real good friends, and I did buy the car from him. Barracuda over in the burger lane. J.B. Wood out of Springfield, Illinois. 68 Barracuda with a 408. Butch Hill, the car's been in the family for 50 years. Been passed on from father to son to brother, and now Butch has got it. It's got a Hemi. They call it the Hemiroid. 53 Studebaker with the Hawk springs on it, or fins. A little late on the light for Hill, but he makes it up in horse pressure. Butch Hill through the lights, 856 on a 50 index to a 996 on a 10 flat index. Vega and Camaro coming up next. Light goes green and off they go. 042 to a 126 reaction time. 10-second flat is the number they're looking for at the stripe. It's tight. 991 to a 1010. Both sides of the number. Here we go. Two little Mitsubishis. Actually sold by Dodge as Dodge Colts. Two 1972 Dodges. When these things ran in pro stock, they were really cool. Rick Wall and Sal Petrulis, Hole, Michigan, and Louisville, Kentucky. Originally powered by a 2.6-liter four-cylinder, American hot rod ingenuity definitely playing a big part in the build on these cars. Right lane digging in with an 052 reaction time. Coming up to the stripe. Sal goes 947 to a 997. Pair of Novas getting ready to go. RPMs come up, they're moving. 9 flat to a 10 flat index, so the right lane's going to get there first. 911 to a 1023, both over their number. Chevy Chevette here in the right lane. Now, rumor had it years ago, Chevrolet and Toyota were going to collaborate on a car. They couldn't figure out the name, but they figured if they took part of the Chevette name and part of the Toyota name, they could come up with a good name for a car. The problem is the marketing guys came up with Toy-Lit. Butch Steffens out of Washington, Missouri with the 41 Willys, and Gary Hensley with the Chevy Chevette. Comp Eliminator lanes 2 and 3. Comp Eliminator lanes 2 and 3. Comp Eliminator lanes 2 and 3. Roy Montgomery in the 53. Henry J. Going to take on Sam Patrick in the 37 Chevrolet. Goes green, they're gone. 024 to an 056 reaction. 850 index for Roy Montgomery. 10 flat for Sam Patrick. The Henry J runs 884 to a 996. Nova and Camaro getting ready to go. Comp to the lanes. Comp eliminator to the lanes. Competition eliminator to the lane. Kevin White out of Indianapolis in the Nova. Chuck Owen out of North Aurora with the Camaro. Looking for 9 flat for both cars. Coming up on the finish line lights, 896 and a 905. Both close to the number they're trying to hit. The mighty Pinto, the pint-sized Ford, Mel Grace out of Potosi, Missouri. 358 cubic inches worth of Ford power. Nick Dishon out of Kokomo, Indiana, 69 Camaro. 950 index for the Pinto, 850 for the Camaro. And it's a good thing for the Camaro. He'll be out in front rather than behind the Pinto. Right goes green. Camaro pulls away with an 040 reaction. 297 for Mel Grace. Going down through the lights, 843 to a 991. Ronnie Egner, Mayfield, Kentucky, 55 Chevy Bel Air. Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green with the 67 Camaro. Wheels up, 55 pulls away, and identical reaction times for both drivers, 070. At the stripe, looking for 950s. They go 938 and 952. Lindsay with the better time. Chevy Monza, Trevor Messamore out of Madisonville, Kentucky. 76 Chevy with a 355 small block. Dave Donaldson out of Washington, Indiana with the 48 Thames paddle truck, 427 big block. The 4-cylinder that originally came in that car was even half the size of 4 cylinders of this engine. Light them. And they leave hard. 065 light from Messamore. But the Thames is running strong. He goes 849 on a 50 to a 943 on a 950. Bob Mitchell out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 69 Dart. Dan Hobbs out of Howesville with a 56 Thunderbird. Light, they're gone. Thunderbird digging in, 0.2 of a second better reaction time, looking for an 850. 10 seconds is what Bob Mitchell's looking for. He goes 851 with the Bird, 998 with the Dart. Nova here on the right lane, and Mustang over in the left lane. 68 Mustang, a California special, very rare car. It's got a Windsor motor. 427, well, no, it's got a 427. California Special was a California edition vehicle. Colorado got the High Country, and Kansas area got the Twister. All the same parts, just different labels. Deep stage for the Nova. 061 reaction to a 112. Rob Eager out of Canby, Indiana, leads the way. He's looking for a 9 flat, goes 901. Greg Hillier looking for a 10. He goes 993. Beautiful yellow Corvette. Kyle Renfro in 62 Vet with a 402. 9-second ET. David Mullen out of Lamont, Illinois with the 37 Chevy. Got the little picnic table in the back. Now that serves dual purpose. Not only does it help keep the car stable at high speeds, but it's a great cup holder when they're back in the pits. RPMs are up, wheels are up as well. Chevy, 088 reaction, 091 from the vet. Looking for an 850, goes 844. Looking for a 9 for Renfro, he goes 927. Nova in the Jegs lane. Gary Wilby out of Batavia, Illinois. Amber Phillips out of Owensboro, Kentucky with the 67 Camaro. Oh, they're gone. 042 and an 052 reaction, both with 1/360 foot marks. 10-second flat is what Gary's looking for. He goes 949. Ooh, a bunch under. And Amber was looking for a 9 flat. She goes 922. Little Morris Minor here in the right lane. Ricky Hansen out of Covington, Louisiana. 57 Morris with a Chevy 434. This car weighs nothing to start with, and then you put a Chevy engine in it that weighs more than the car. Wow. All right, Little Morris Minor. Economy car out of Great Britain. They originally came with a 948cc engine with a whole 36 horsepower. If you missed a shift, pedestrians would pass you in the crosswalks. I know I had 2 of them. But you could pass more gas stations than you could shake a stick at. Gets the power to the pavement, and he's gone. He's looking for a good run. He ran 1070 last time. He goes 1001 this time at 125 miles an hour. It's not an index car. This is competition eliminator. Now we're back to index.
So competition eliminator now rolls into the water box for their second qualifying session. And you'll see all sorts of combinations here between dragsters and alters and full-bodied cars, whatever it might be. They also run on an index. So based on their index, looks like the indexes are separated by half a second. So for example, an A competition car would be 8 flat indexed. B comp is 850, C comp 9 flat, D comp 950, so forth and so on. You get the idea. So that's the number they'll be running against, and that's how the handicap start will be determined based on their index. So it is a breakout class. You can run under your index, which would be considered a breakout. Breakout rules would apply then. If both cars break out, then whichever one breaks out the least, according to their index, would be the winner. Steve Glotzback and Jane Rassler off and running right now. Left and right. Rassler on the right side in his Hal Canode built dragster, 857 at 152. He's 7 over on the 850. 926, that's under for Glotzback in his little injected small block dragster. Hello to our fans overseas in Great Britain. Happy to have you on board. Attention in the pit area, we need geezer gassers to the lanes, please, to lanes 4 and 5. Geezer gassers to lanes 4 and 5. Our friends in Great Britain, along with lots of other folks tuning in on dragracer.tv. Happy to have you on board. Hope you are enjoying your day, watching all the action from Beach Bend Raceway Park as part of the Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. Yeah. Dragracer.tv or dragracertv.com. Both gets you to the same spot. Just go to YouTube and do a search for Drag Racer TV. Shane Bowman, Jeff Massaro head down track. Massaro was late at the starting line. Shane Bowman 847 on the 850 index. Massaro with a very, very late start. Jamison Griffin backs up now. That is the green Bantam Altered over there on the Budweiser side of the track with the E-Comp categorization. 10 flat, the dial in for the runner out of Owasso, Michigan. Taking on Beth Malik. Malik from Battle Creek. Says she is a homemaker with a Ford-powered front-engine dragster. She calls it the Cookie Monster. She drops the hammer and away she goes. And she'll be out at front at the finish line. Beth Malik with a 9:14 at 143 miles an hour. Jamison Griffin turns it red by 009 and a 9:73 for the Altered. Geezer gassers to the lanes, please. Geezer gassers, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Geezer gassers to the lane. Jim Hooker, left side, Festus, Missouri. Alongside Uncle Dale Fiddler. Uncle Dale out of Aurora, Illinois. In the Bantam Roadster over here on the right. Vintage Dragster on the left. The car is fully staged at the moment. Get it backed up so they can complete the staging process correctly. Hooker still winds up putting it in deep, not exactly his intention, but away they go. Bantam moves out of the groove just a little bit. He'll straighten it up. In the meantime, the dragster is going to get to the top end first, and it's an 856 at 152 for Jim Hooker. He's 6 over. 952 on the 950 for Uncle Dale. Altered left side, Roadster right. Chi-Town Nicky Malone over there on the left. The parts man out of Chicago. Trying to go 10 flat. And Brett Edwards alongside Lincoln, Illinois. The 29 Ford Roadster replica. Left-hand steer, full tube chassis machine. He's categorized as a C comp machine, so you see 9 flat up on the scoreboard. Chi-Town Nicky getting it fired back up. Will back up in those sticky tracks and get set to make a pass here on his second qualifying session. Again, Geezer Gassers, we need you to the lanes, please. Geezer Gassers to the lanes. Edwards, 10 on the tree, 894 at the finish line at 146. Chi-Town Nicky, 1073 on the 10 flat at 85 miles an hour, slowing at the finish line. 2 more wait patiently, and as soon as they get the signal to fire them up, they'll bring them up next. Jackson Messamore, Hanson, Kentucky. 38 Chevrolet replica, left side, alongside the S&W built Chevrolet power dragster over here on the right, the injected machine of Rod Beal. Beal will be trying to come as close as he can to that 10 flat index. Messamore, left side with a 9 flat up on the scoreboard. This is the second of 2 qualifying sessions for the day for the competition eliminator categories. Again, if you have figured out that you are in the wrong class, if you've categorized yourself in the wrong class, you need to come up here and see Andy and get that straightened out before we get to elimination round number 1. So it looks like things are sorted out here on the starting line, and we'll send our next pair out to do their burnouts. Rod Beal completes his burnout in the dragster. He'll back up right now. Jackson Messamore gets his machine warmed up and ready to go. And he will back up and find the stage beams. So Jackson backed up just enough to just leave the pre-stage beam on, so he knows exactly where he's at. He'll pull forward another 7 inches, which he has just done. Now Rod Beal puts it in the beams, and away they go. Looking for a 9 flat left and a 10 flat right. It's going to be an 897 at 146 for Jackson Messamore. He's pretty close. Rod Beal must be in the wrong category, as he's 893 on a 10 flat. That's a full second too quick. Todd Cap comes up now. Springfield, Illinois. Cap will make the single over here on the right-hand side. His 23T altered. Waits behind the water box right now, and we'll make a pair out of it as Joe Foster. Foster from Leslie, Missouri, and his 23T altered. Both of them C-comp machines, both of them 9 flat, the number they're shooting for. Again, Geezer Gassers to the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. Geezer Gassers to the lanes. Cap backs up from his burnout. He waits patiently. It's like the Foster Racing crew will help their driver out. help him find his spot behind the starting line. Foster will ease his way forward now. So Foster's machine makes a hard lurch to the right, and then he gathers it back up. Not the pass he was looking for. In the meantime, 896 at 146 for Todd Kapp, 1103 for Foster. As the car jumped up, moved immediately right, and he thought the better of it to straighten it back out. Save the equipment for another day. Stephen Bowley from Kennebunk, Maine. Wow, that's a long haul. Happy to have Steve here, taking on Bill Fusting, Waukegan, Illinois. Bill, the patriarch of the Fusting Racing clan, as Joey and Kimbra, hopefully watching on from home. And if you are, hi folks. Look forward to seeing you back at a racetrack really soon. In the meantime, Bill's little Topolino altered over here on the right, alongside the injected Oldsmobile over on the left for Stephen Bowley. Both of them leave just a little bit early and turn it red. Fusting would get one of Bob Beck's pins as he's 004 on the red side. At the top end, it's an 853 at 154 for Bill Fusting. And for Stephen Bowley, 923, way under on his 10 flat index for the injected Oldsmobile. Hey, here's Gary Williams. Both of them are looking for. To the top end they go. Mr. Snyder, Mr. Lamont, 806 for Russell Snyder at 168. He's over by 6. Pat Lamont under 797 at 163 miles per hour. Steve Elsie and Jeff Lawson will give it a try now in the second qualifying session. Elsie out of Lindstrom, Minnesota. Ford-powered front-engine dragster. Jeff Lawson alongside the chassis builder out of Lexington, Kentucky. 27 Ford over here on the right. Big block Chevy power. Eight flat the index on the left and 9 flat the index on the right. And again, the handicap will be determined by the index that their cars are set up on. Effectively a dial-in that's already preset for these racers. 8 flat with a 7. Dead 7 down there at 171 for Steve Elsie. Jeff Lawson, 869. That's way under on the 9 flat that he was looking for. Skeeter Wayne and Tammy Cook coming up now. Skeeter left side from Robards, Kentucky. He is a past winner here. Luke probably taking some time to watch Skeeter make his way down track. Tammy Cook, 8:43 on the 850 index at 158. Skeeter Wayne, 9:58 on the 950. Dan Deshawn and Patrick Brower will give it a try now. Deshawn from Logansport, Indiana. 27 Ford Roadster over there, left side. Patrick Brower on the right. Front engine dragster, small block Chevy out in front of the driver. That is an E-Comp category. C-Comp on the left for Dan Deshawn. So we roll out of Comp Eliminator and into the Geezer Gassers, and Bob Beck knows a whole lot about these cars that I don't know, so I'll turn it back over to him.
All right, thanks, Ward. Thanks, Ward. All right, here we go. Henry J. in the left lane. That's Troy Wilson out of Bloomington, Indiana. 1952 Henry J. These were also sold through your Sears store as an Allstate. Right lane, Jerry North, Scottsburg, Indiana. 41 Willys. Willys was an economy car, not a performance car. Well, there weren't any performance cars back in 1941, but it was powered by a flathead four-cylinder, same one that went in the Jeeps in World War II. 421 cubic inches worth of Chevy power here in the right lane. Henry J, 427 cubic inches worth of Chevy power. Henry J without the optional trunk lid leaves the line with a red light. 007 red. I've got a red light pin for that man. Just bring your ET slip up to the tower and I'll get you your pin. The the Willie drives around it with an 879, 150 miles an hour on a 9 flat index. 1059 on a 10 flat index for the Henry. 38 and 37 Chevys getting ready to go. 355 cubic inches in the right lane. 555 in Mountain Motor in the left lane. Greg Berg out of Petal, Mississippi. Randy Addington out of Red Key, Indiana. Index 1150 for the Addington car in the Jegs lane. 1050 for the pedal-based car. So Greg Berg out of Petal, Mississippi. Big block and small block. These are gassers. Inching forward into the beams. Three-stage light lit left lane, right lane moving forward, slowly inching in. Only a few inches of rollout. Oh, goes over. He runs past the beam. Oh, he's going to try and stage with the rear tires now. He needs a head start. Remember, we all stage with the front tires. Kind of unique thing that way. Remember, drag racing, a very festive sport. We always light the Christmas tree before every round. Lights lit. There we go. Oh, and a red light left lane. Anticipation gets the better of him. Leaves early, and he's gone. 248 big time red light. 319 left lane was way early. 319 right lane way late. 1166 on a 1050 index and an 1185 on an 1150 index. Austin over in the right lane out of Columbus, Ohio. 48 Austin, another economy car out of Great Britain, found its hands in an American hot rodder. Light goes green, and it's the 37 Chevy charging off the line with a 555 light to a late 1.2 second reaction time. 914 on a 9 flat index for John Birdie, 1094 for Dave Lewis on a 1150 or a 1050 index. Crying time, 55 Chevy taking on the 56 Ford. Ford and Chevy battled hard for sales back in the early 1950s, as they have for many, many years. The 55 Chevy coming out with a 265 V8. Ford had a 272 and a 292, and then a 312 later in the year. But the Chevy outsold the Fords. Chevy off the mark. Uh-oh. I think we got something broken on the Ford. Chevy heads down track. Runs a 946 and a 950 index. The Ford, well, like I said, drag racers quite capable of disassembling the vehicles while in motion. He got a little bit of motion, a lot of co-motion, and the car comes to a stop. They're going to push it back. Looks like he broke the drive shaft on the car, or at least the U-joint. That's usually the part that lets go. Hopefully it didn't damage the transmission tail shaft. If it broke in the front, don't see it hanging down in the back, so it didn't go to the rear end. So we won't need a proctologist. All right, little cleanup. No fluids down there on the track, but we're just doing a normal mop up. Things drip off cars, and we take care of it. Don Moyer out of Mentor, Arizona, Ohio, in the 40 wheelies, 401 AMC for power. Interesting combination. Powerful motor. William Sworn out of Rockford, Illinois, 41 wheelies with the 468. Now, the Willys was a good selling car back in its day, but after World War II, they never went back into production. Willys stuck with the Jeep. Ford was given the opportunity to take over the Jeep production, but said, nah, no one's going to want these things. So Willys took them on, and it's the only thing that Willys had, really, that sold worth a darn. It sold so well, Chrysler bought them and shut down the Willys cars, only to keep the Jeep. .40 Willys and 41 Willys. Very limited changes between the two, and the 41 was a very short year of production because of World War II. Wheels up in the air and a run. 038 to an 072 double reds as they head down track. 11 flat is what Don Moyer's looking for here in the Jigs lane. And he goes 1119. William was looking for a 1050, goes 1190, way off the number. He may not be classified properly. 40 Ford here in the right lane. Gary Raber out of Palm Beach, Florida. 400-inch Chevy in the Ford. Joe Bush out of Laurel, Mississippi. 40 Willys pick-em-up truck with a 327 Chevy small block. He's got a 10-second index, doing an 11-second for the 40 Ford. 40 Fords were never considered lightweights, while the Willys was, and that's why they were chosen so much for gasser use. Ford takes a left turn. Oh, a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that Willys. Not a good sign. He gets there first, going 10:37 to an 11:07. Raber closer to the number. We're going to check the track with all that smoke. We know he wasn't barbecuing. So we're going to check the track, make sure it's safe to send any more cars down. Bear with us for a moment as we take a look at it and get back to racing as quickly as possible. All right, the word is we do have some fluid down, so it might be a good opportunity for you to get something to munch on, something to drink, relax a bit. We're going to get the track cleaned up before we send any more cars down as we get ready for a pair of beautiful blue Willys. Pat Canal out of Springfield, Louisiana. 41 Willys with 392 Chrysler Heavy. He's going to be looking for a 12-second run. Chuck Lepica out of Eureka, Missouri. 41 Willys with a 400-inch Oldsmobile. This is a class with a lot of hot rod ingenuity. You can run with your brung, run whatever motor you want. There is no rule as to what motor you do. It just run the specific ET. All right, so we're going to scrub the track down just a wee bit. We'll be back to racing action in just a while. We need 750 category vehicles. 750 Eliminator to the lanes, please. 750 Eliminator to the lanes, please. Safety. At Lakewood, that's been their #1 priority since legendary Top Fuel driver Joe Schubeck started the company in Lakewood, Ohio, more than a half century ago. Any old bell housing will connect to your engine to the transmission, but make sure you're using one certified by SFI for standard transmissions. The same exhaustive research and comprehensive testing that goes into our industry-leading bell housing is built into every drag shock, traction bar, drive shaft loop, chassis component they build, and they're all made in America. Check them out, Lakewood Engineering. All right, the pair of Willies ready to go. Chuck LePeak, I told you it was going to be a quick cleanup. 10 flat index for the Eureka, Missouri-based Blue Willies in the Jegs lane. Pat Cadell in the Springfield, Louisiana-based Blue Willies, the 41 Willies, in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 392 Chrysler Heavy, but he's indexed at 12 flat. Let's see who runs closest to the number. Right lane says he's 2 seconds quicker. He's got his left directional on. I hope that's not an indication of what he wants to do. Oh, he turned it off. Oh, red light. Right lane just kind of backs out of the beam. And the left lane goes 13-18 on a 12-second index. And apparently those Willies broken. And they're pushing him back. Far less people to push a Willys than an Anglia, as we saw earlier. But I'll do it again. Call in 750. 750 to the lanes. 750 eliminator to the lanes, please. 750 eliminator to the lanes. Boy, that baby's not pushing easy. Now that the lady is helping, it's pushing a lot better. All right, here we go. Scotch rods coming up now. These are the Scott rods. Gassers. Over in the left lane, Ed Kaczynski's Phenomenon 33 Willies out of Aurora, Ohio. Up against the crazy grandpa, Bob Cook. Whoa, based on that, Willies, I'm not sure who the crazy one is. Ed Kaczynski putting up one heck of a burnout smoke cloud. You didn't think you had fog here in Bowling Green, did you? Ed Kaczynski was the 2016 Keystone Nostalgia Nationals winner. His 2017 Sportsmanship Award with Scott Rods. 2018 winner of the Most Scott Rods Gasser Events and Sponsored Gift Certificate. Enjoys building and restoring gassers and hot rods. Best known for his high wheelies and big burnouts. You just saw one. Still keeps up with the other racers. Crew chief is his wife, Mary, and backup girl is Uni Thomas. I can do this without he couldn't do this without the support of his wife, Mary. Bob Cook in the Corvette does a dry hop. Oh, Ed says you can do a dry hop, so can I, but I'm going further. Bob Cook, 2014 NHRA Summit Nationals winner in AA gas, 2015 Gasser Reunion winner, 2018 Keystone Reunion winner, Best of Show and Meltdown Drags and more. Corvette driver. The Willie's chasing. 560 is the number. They run 8th mile. And it's a 554 for Bob Cook. Kaczynski goes 550 or 561. Mike Kalinowski out of Unfinished Business is the car. It's a 48 Austin. And he's going to take on the Big Red. Big Red is out of Portland, Indiana. It's Tim Twin. Or Tim Irwin. All right, Chop Chop Austin, Mike Kalinowski. He's out of Orchard Park, New York. Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana. Now he says he's a parking valet. Would you let this guy park your car? 66 Chevy 2 with a 427. Based on their previous runs, Mike is number 3 with a 561, and Tim Irwin's number 5 with a 570. A lot of wins racked up. Now you can't see it in the smoke, but Mike's backup girl is his lovely wife, Joyce. Crew chief is son, Brad. For Big Red, Tim Irwin, he says, thanks to Mickey Thompson, Mosier Engineering, Abruzzi Transmissions, and Nice Racing Engines. His crew is Connie Irwin and Mark Kobeck. 427 cubic inches in the Chevy 2. 480 cubic inches in the Austin. Chevy 2 and the Austin. All right, Nova. Not a typical body for a gasser, but man, it works. Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana. 66 Chevy 2. Mike Kalinowski out of Orchard Park, New York. The 48 Austin. Red light for Irwin. 007. I got a red light pin for him. Coming up on the lights, they're looking for 560s, 567 for Irwin, 572. So it's 561 will keep him in the number 3rd spot. Tim Irwin, number 5 with the 567. Al Lynch out of North Huntington, Pennsylvania. 67 Nova. On a 560 index, he ran 6th with a 587. Frankie Allen out of Covington, Louisiana, 33 Willys, was number 7 with a 730. Couldn't run the number that he wanted. Frankie Allen races at No Problem Raceway in Belrose, Louisiana. Runner-up in 2016 Holly Hot Rod Reunion in AA gas. Crew chief is Sonny Allen. Crew members Joe Moore and Ricky McMillan. Al Lynch in the Nova. Al's been racing for over 50 years, some of it on the track, and has set some records and won many events. Back in the 60s, Al ran B-gas in a 41 Willys with a blown injected Buick. In the 70s, he ran C-gas with a 65 Mustang and a blown injected Chevrolet. Both cars ran NHRA tracks, including Nationals and Indy. Al bought a 67 Nova from another Scott Rod AA gasser guy and has rebuilt this beast of a car as a tribute to his late wife, Ellen. Al has filled this summer schedule with racing several different cars and almost every weekend. He's a major sponsor of Scott Rod's AA gassers and many events at his local track, Keystone Raceway Park. Al says he wants to die fat, broke, and happy. Al Lynch with the Nova out of North Huntington, Pennsylvania. Frankie Allen out of Covington. Currently, Al Lynch sits in the number 6 spot. Allen in the number 7 spot. RPM start to come up. They're gone. Willie's getting wild out of there. Goes up on 3 wheels. He brings it back down, and it's Al Lynch going through the lights with a 585. A little bit better than his last run, but not enough to improve. Mark Benjamin out of Chargent Falls, Ohio. 33 Willys with a 400-inch Chevy. Currently sitting in the number 8 spot, running a 758. Ray Kosinski, number 4 spot with a 562. 1933 Willys Coupes. A lot of tire smoke out of the right lane. Left lane now starts his burnout. Amazing the amount of ground fog we get from these guys. 750 index, 750 eliminator. We need you to the lane. 750 is coming around the corner. Head down track, big hole shot, right lane as they head to the stripe. 568 for Ray, and that is not an improvement. 659, and that 659 keeps him in the number 7 spot. More great racing action coming your way. We do a little track prep and the 750 Eliminator coming your way. All right, we'll be back to racing action in just a bit with the 750 Eliminator cars. Anyone ready for Nitro? Oh gosh, are you guys awake? Nitro coming back after the 6-0 Eliminator. So we're in 750, then we got 7-0, then 6-0, and then Nostalgia Top Fuel coming back.
Derek McHouston, Covington, Ohio. Dan Mullen coming up next. The Gold Digger on the right. Alongside the Speed Dog on the left. 750 the number on the scoreboard. And at the top end, 753 left at 178 for McHouston. Right side, Dan Mullen, 746. He goes under the number. Two more dragsters coming at you right now. Brian Friend and Don Moore coming up now. Friend, the Green Mantis. That is the green striped machine on the Budweiser side of the track. Right side, little supercharged small black over here. Both of them head for the other end, trying to go 750. At the finish line, it's going to be a 742 right side for Don Moore at 177. Brian Friend, 754 at 179 miles per hour. Jared Bradshaw comes hard out of the burnout right now. Bradshaw, the runner out of Utica, New York. And how about that burnout for Justin Schaefer? Schaefer out of Lincoln, Illinois, the 32 Bantam. Big block Chevy Power sitting out in front of the driver. Little bitty wing on top, trying to keep it planted on the ground. Again, 750 is the number they're looking for. We need 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes. Supercharged left and right. Carrying the colors for Nutrien over there on the left side. That is Brian Schaefer. Right side. The supercharged big block for Jared Bradshaw. Pro Tree start. To the other end they go. They're side by side at the finish line. How about a 750 with a 4? Dead on 4 at 180 for Justin Schaefer. Drops it on the number with a 4. Jared Bradshaw, 752 over here on the right. So nice lap all the way around. Here's Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky, the 63 Corvette. Big block Chevy Power. David Schaefer just watched his boy go down there and set the new mark in the category with his 750 dead on run. Schaefer out of Lincoln, Illinois. The 37 Fiat Topolino supercharged machine. Alongside the naturally aspirated ride over there, the Corvette for Tyler Allen. Good looking run side by side. The Ultra starts to move around a little at the finish line. Allen goes under 742 at 183. Schaefer goes over 757 at 173. Kelly, Friels, Key, and Tom Malik coming up now. Kelly in her Bantam Alder. Malik in his 23T out of Battle Creek, Michigan. 7-0 index. 7-0. We need you to the lanes. 7-0. We need you to the lanes, please. 7-0. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Again, 750 the number they're shooting for. Pro Tree start. Kelly out of Fisherville, Kentucky, a boutique owner with her Bantam altered. And Tom Malik, his 23T. Sometimes this little green machine can be a handful, but he makes his way in, stages the start. This time around, smooth as it can be. And at the finish line, it's a 7:57 at 180 for Tom Malik. Kelly Friel's Key, 7:51. 1 over on the 750 index. James Hayes, the 58 Corvette, lines up alongside Casey Gee. A little bit late on the shift there, but they get to the top end. 744 for the Corvette at 186. 744 for the Dragster at 181. Randall Bowles in his swoopy 57 replica over here, left-hand side of the track, out of Slaughters, Kentucky. Taking on the 67 fastback Mustang of Sean Grant. Grant, the runner out of Owensboro. Backing up his blue oval powered 67 Mustang. And for Randall Bowles, big block Chevy power under the hood of the 57. So the Mustang gets out of shape and he dumps the laundry to help straighten himself out. In the meantime, Randall Bowles, 752 at 187. Sean Grant, parachute dragging through the finish line down there, just to help him get straightened out a little bit. Not the run he's looking for to improve on his qualifying effort. And you hear a big pop there out of Bo Bowles' machine, and he wisely pulls over to the side. That car is donezo. Hopefully it's something simple, but in the meantime, driver has climbed the wall. We'll get everybody cleared from the racing surface as Mike Hyman gets the chance to make a single here on the left side of the track. Bo knew he had a problem immediately, and once he heard it pop, he pulled over. Could just be a burst panel, nothing serious, but don't know until they take it back to the pit area and get it checked out. In the meantime, Mike Hyman in his dragster out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky. We'll roll up right now to see if he can put down a nice qualifying number. He dangles the front end and heads for the other end of the track. And it's a 748 at 183 miles an hour. So a little bit quick on the index, but that's all right. Sounds like he's got just a little room to hold some numbers there as he needs to. 7-0 eliminator To the lanes. If you're not there, we need you. 7-0. To the lanes. So Bo being pushed back here to the safe area behind the starting line. So the bowls and freels altered, heads back towards the pit area. And I said burst panel, assuming it was supercharged, but it's not, so might be something a little bit different going on in there. Still, hopefully, nothing too serious. And the Warren Evans Fan Club in full force here in the tower. As your next pair comes hard out of the water box. Altered left, drags to right. Wade Nunnally over on the left-hand side out of Brandon, Florida, alongside Pat Sawasik from Muscatine, Iowa, for KTBF Eyewear. Over here on the right-hand side, the front motor dragster. At the top end, it's a 736 at 169. That's a little too quick for Pat. Wade Nunnally, 755 at 178. Again, racers, a reminder one more time, if you're in an indexed category and your index is wrong based on qualifying today, be sure and come up to the tower, see Andy, get those indexes squared away before we go into eliminations. Looks like 7-0 Index waits at the ready line right now. They will be up next. Sounds like one of our fuel cars over there warming up, getting ready, as their second qualifying session will be coming up in just a little bit. Looks like we'll start things off here in the 7-0 category with Kurt Duckworth out of Weirton, West Virginia. That is the car sitting at the ready line right now. The Complete Chaos car. Alongside the front engine dragster. Out of the Lipinski Racing Stables, Ernie Lipinski from Wilmar, Minnesota. Lipinski is fired and moving towards the ready line right now. Kirk Duckworth already in the water box, waiting patiently. And he completes his burnout. Now here comes Mr. Lipinski. Lipinski at the 3:30 mark, he'll hustle back and take his second qualifying shot here. The Complete Chaos altered starts to inch its way forward to try to find the pre-stage beam. And Ernie's dragster does the same over on the Budweiser side of the track. The altered takes the scenic route all the way down the right-hand side, right on the edge between the concrete and the asphalt, all the way down the track, 804 at 115 miles an hour. So that is not what the Complete Chaos machine was looking for. Here's Michael Sexton will come up next. Sexton waits in the water box right now. They'll give him a little bit of gasoline to get the thing spun up and fired up, and then once it is fired and ready, you see the injector hat kind of rattling around down there as his race car is running. And driving right by and doing the burnout, Steve Walzak, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. The Arius 511 32 Bantam. Michael Sexton's Hemi-powered dragster over here, built by Neal and Parks. .60 Index, 60 Index. We need you to the lanes, please. 60 Index. We need you to the staging lanes, please. 60 Index. To the lanes. 60. We need you. side starts for both as they head to the other end of the track. And you hear the altered make a little popping noise as it got to about the 1,000-foot mark. And it slows to a 912 at 76 miles an hour. 720 for Michael Sexton at 186. But trouble's there for Steve Walzak as the car stops motivating before it gets to the 1,000-foot. 6-0 index. We need you. 6-0 index to the lanes. We need you now. The Bruiser rolls out of his burnout right now. Jeffrey Sanborn of Shelbyville, Tennessee. 500 cubic inches of Hemi-powered Fiat Topolino. He's currently the closest to the 7.0 with a 7.046 qualifier, first time around. And alongside, this is Billy Smith, Pickerington, Ohio. Now what's interesting about this, if the computer is telling me the truth, I know it's a small block, I know it's got a supercharger, but this says it is a 265 cubic inch small block Chevy. Now, is it really? I don't know. All I can tell you is it is a mouse motor spinning a belt drive tunnel ram trying to go 7.0. And it's keeping right up if that's true. 7 flat with a 0, dead on 0. He will be your number 1 qualifier. Billy Smith drops it right on the number, sticks the landing. 7 flat 0 at 188 miles an hour, exactly the number he was looking for. The Bruiser machine, 703, good lap, but not as good as that little small block dragster that could and did. Mark Vaught, Crawfordsville, Indiana. 388 cubic inch Rodeck powered front engine dragster. How about that beautiful candy metal flake paint job there on that dragster? Alongside the Rocket Man, Robbie Friels. Friels is very uniquely style altered. Over here on the left-hand side, out of Island, Kentucky. The Friels family known for building horsepower, not only on the drag strip, but on the pulling circuit as well. Friels backs up from his burnout and his little altered. The canopied machine over here on the left-hand side taking on the open-air front engine dragster driven by Mark Vaught. Again, no matter what your combination, Some people got too much idle time on their hands. That's all I can tell you. Top end. It's going to be a $699 at $192 for Robbie Friels, and for Mark Vaught, a $701 at $184. Guess what? That's pretty dang good. Not 7 flat with a 0 good, but that's pretty dang good. 701.0 at $184 for Mark Vaught. Our 7-0 Eliminator Index category keeps coming around the bend. 6-0, 6-0. If you're out in the lanes, we need you. 6-0 Eliminator to the lanes. Tony Lombardi fires up his machine left side alongside Larry Harkins, Bad Anglia. Lombardi out of Niles, Ohio. 371 cubic inch. Oldsmobile. And Larry Harkins, big block Chevy powered 48 Anglia. Lombardi completes his burnout, as does Harkin. Harkin moves a little bit left out of the water box, so they'll figure out where to put him here. Lombardi did not get down the racetrack in the way he wanted earlier. 8:28 earlier today. That's off the pace that he's looking for. .60 index. 6-0 index. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. This is your final call. 6-0, final call. The Anglia gets down track to a 705 at 194. Little dragster still having some trouble. No better this time around. 831 at 161 for Tony Lombardi. So the chase vehicle will head down track there for Larry Harkin. So we're back to it with Aaron Wardell out of Pittsboro, Indiana. That is the little altered over there on the left-hand side. Alongside Gordon Horn. Horn in the 63 split window Corvette. His supercharged mount over here on the right. Horton starts to lurch his way forward. Wardell does the same thing. That is the red Bantam Altered backing up right now over there on the Budweiser side of the track. Here in the Jegs.com lane, this is Jeffrey Cochran from Lakin, Illinois. Both of them looking to post a 700 number. Cochran, Ford Power, front engine dragster, Millet, Chevy powered, Bantam Altered. So, Bantam crosses the center line there. That run will be DQ'd. In the meantime, Cochran 724 at 190. Millet off the throttle coasting at the top end right now, 1603 at 55, but would be negated since Art crossed the center line. Next pair coming up right now, the Altered on the left. That's the white machine of Gary Lever, Moraine, Ohio. Says it's a 32 Ford, but that is a Bantam body machine over there on the left. Right side, definitely a Pontiac. The 66 GTO over here on the right hand side of Mr. Pat Friels. Friels out of Island, Kentucky. Legendary campaigner here in this part of the country, and a world champion tractor puller, part of the Kentucky Motorsports Hall of Fame. Oh my, what a wild ride for Pat Friels. That car came up, did a big dipsy-do, two wheels and then two wheels, bounced around like a Tonka toy out there. Don't even know how to describe it. Pat just got a hold of the track and that thing bit back. Wow, what a ride for Pat Friels. 694 at 195 for Gary Lever. Sort of inconsequential after watching Pat Friels take that wild ride. Certainly one of the most eventful launches I have ever seen in drag racing. but he exited the track under his own power. We will make sure that everything is okay on the track, but that's kind of secondary right now, as Mr. Friels will make sure he is okay. His entire family, of course, very concerned, and they will make their way back to the pit area. Just an unbelievable launch for the car.
For over 90 years, Mallory Ignition Products have helped bring countless racers to the winner's circle. Their passion for racing is built into every innovative product we make, including ignition boxes, fuel systems, and tune-up parts. Developed by professional racers and performance enthusiasts, Mallory products pack the power, quality, and performance that separates the novice from the champions. To find out how Mallory can help make a winner out of you, hop on our website at www.holly.com. With over 30 years of race-proven technology, Flowmaster has the sound you want and the performance you need. With over 15 choices of sound, you can fine-tune the sound that you want for your car, from aggressive to mild. Flowmaster also offers high-quality stainless steel exhaust systems, high-flow catalytic converters, performance air intakes, and now exhaust systems for UTVs. Go to flowmasters.com for more information. Flowmasters, the performance technology leader. Since 1958, Hurst Performance Products has been at the forefront of developing legendary products, including manual and automatic shifters, Hurst wheels and roll control. Hurst offers a full line of high-quality products for modern muscle suspension upgrades, graphic packs, and more. Now you can build your own version of a modern-day Hurst muscle car with the finest products designed and built by people who know performance. Hurst Performance. For more information, check us out at www.hurst-shifters.com. Everybody knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system source. But did you know that NOS is celebrating over 40 years of being a nitrous powerhouse? NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you're looking for a throttle in the bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. All right, the sound of horsepower in the background as we move through the ranks and move closer to the second round of qualifying for Nostalgia Top Fuel and Funny Car. So bear with us as we do a little track prep and a little cleanup, and we'll bring out the final cars in the index categories and then move on to Top Fuel. I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Warren Evans. Hope you're happy with what you're seeing today here at the 18th Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, Paul Applebaum out of Stockwell, Indiana, the 50-year-old Mac Tool businessman, 32 Bantam, a Chevy 540 cubic inch V8 engine. Now, the Bantam was an actual production car in 1932. It was a two-seater, kind of what you would call today a sports car. They were powered by a four-cylinder engine. They didn't go over real well. There wasn't really that sporty crowd out there looking for two-seat sports cars, but there it was. They floundered for a while, went out of business by 1937, and in the 50s, hot rodders found the bodies and started using them on drag cars. Today, you can buy a Bantam Roadster without ever touching a real Bantam part. Fiberglass reproductions have been in production for many years, and they found their way into drag racing. You very rarely see one used as a sports car any longer. They were powered by a flathead four-cylinder engine. This is quite a bit different from the original Bantam. The company was called American Austin that built the car, and the Bantam was one of their models. Wiggling, wobbling, going down the center of the track right now. Looking for that 7.0. How about a 7.04, 192 miles an hour. 7.04 at 192 miles an hour. More index category cars coming your way. Front engine dragster got a Hemi and injection. Let's see how it runs. All right, the 6.0 category coming your way. David Braun pulling up in the right lane out of Bridgeville, Illinois. Donovan 468 powering this machine, injected. Gary Wheeler Jr. out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. A 2017 Yancer chassis car, also with a Hemi and injection. So we're getting ready to go. This is a 6.0 Eliminator. Top fuel, first call. Top fuel to the lanes, please. Top fuel to the lanes, please. First call, top fuel to the lanes. Six-0 Eliminator, David Braun in the Jugs lane. Gary Wheeler Jr. in the Budweiser lane. Oh, listen to the nitro cackling in these injected cars. Injected on nitro. Fire them on alcohol, then switch over to the nitro, and man, those things cackle beautifully. The 6.0 category so far is showing cars that are very similar to the regular NHRA Heritage Series A fuel category, where they can run injected on nitro or blown on alcohol. Nitromethane popping out of the exhaust of these two cars. Running injected on nitromethane. We're going to be bringing some more nitro cars up as we've called top fuel to the lanes. Top fuel to the lanes. There's a call to top fuel to the lanes. The magic number for this category is 6 seconds flat. You see it up on the scoreboard. RPMs are up and they're gone. 60 foots, 1 second each as they head to the finish line. Lights. It's the Budweiser lane 665 to a 671, under the, well over the number they're trying to hit. Temperatures have dropped, but that doesn't really have that much of an effect on nitro cars. So we'll see what happens with the next set of vehicles coming up here. Top fuel to the lanes. Second round of qualifying for top fuel going to be happening in just a few minutes. Top fuel to the lanes, please. Funny car, you will follow Top Fuel. Funny car, you will follow Top Fuel. All right, car's getting ready to be fired up, hooking up the electronics. Checking tire pressure right now. Last minute checks. All right, the heavy supercharged dragster comes to life. Check information still not entered on him, so we don't have that to tell you. Getting ready to go with the big, sticky, fat M&H slicks. Tony Crone from Rotunda, West Florida. 17 years old behind the wheel of this machine. All right, this is a license pass for the 17-year-old. The car's got a Donovan engine, 388 cubic inch, small block heavy, believe it or not. Yeah, small block, it's under 400 cubic inches. 225-inch wheelbase on the car. Weighing in at 2,100 pounds, so it's a little on the heavy side. Goes pretty good and straight, 690, 204 miles an hour. Top fuel, you should be in the lanes. Top fuel, you should be in the lanes. Dave Baylock out there right now in the Jegs lane. And another license pass for this driver. So a lot of people getting the competition license to compete in NHRA racing. Crew for the previous car headed down track. We'll wait till they clear before we send this one. Thanks for coming out to the 18th Holly National Hot Rod Reunion. I'm Hot Rod Bob along with Warren Evans, trying to keep you informed with what's going on. Remember, dragracer.tv is where you can see all the action. And 87.9 FM on your FM radio dial will get you all the PA announcements if you're having trouble hearing them where you're at. All right, it comes to life. Nitro in the pipes. You know, I can stand next to one of these cars for a few minutes and I won't need a pill for a week. Down the good, tackling in the pipes. We're going to have some tackle cars out here on Saturday as well. A lot of racing going to be happening tomorrow as we start eliminator rounds tomorrow. Friday's going to be a long and big day, including the culmination of the award presentation for recognizing our honorees at the Corvette Museum. All right, getting staged, getting ready to go. Right down the middle of the track as if it was on a rail. 686 at 194 miles an hour. 686, 194 miles an hour. And again, Top Fuel coming your way. I can see the Irish. Top Fuel to the lanes. Top Fuel, attention funny car, you will follow Top Fuel. We'll be closing things out once the funny cars make their run, so this is your only pass left for the day. So Top Fuel and funny cars, we need you to the lanes. Top Fuel and funny car, to the lanes, please. All right, lots planned for tomorrow, but tonight we still got Top Fuel and funny cars to run. and then we will secure the track. All right, then like to take a moment to thank Dick Malone and Roy Story from Custom Floaters for their support of the Extreme Top Fuel Series and their sponsorship of the Joe Hendricks Memorial Shootout. Joe was loved by all that knew him. He was instrumental in keeping the class alive, and he always supported the Hot Rod reunion. He will forever be missed. The shootout is for Custom Floater customers. The two cars that make the best two combined runs during qualifying rounds 1, 2, and 3 will face off in a qualifying round on Friday, and the winner takes $2,500 thanks to Custom Floaters. So that's going to be happening tomorrow. We've got a lot planned for you. We're going to be running all day long, 3 and 4 rounds of qualifying, including tomorrow's first round of qualifying for fuel altereds. So we're going to add fuel altereds to the mix tomorrow and lots more. So make sure you're here tomorrow because we've got some great action planned to happen for you. A little track prep going on now before the top fuel cars come out as they round the bend in the staging lanes. And funny car, you will follow top fuel. Funny car, you will follow top fuel. Tyler Hilton out of Cincinnati, Ohio, the 2019 Horton chassis car. He is right now the #1 qualifier with a 6:06. Bobby Hilton, dad, is the crew chief. Bobby is an expert hot rod builder. This car got a Chevy with a 438 cubic inch motor, and he's the #1 qualifier. Doing it old school. The Irish Car Bomb team coming up next. They're going up against Tyler. Tyler won this event the last time we ran it. Coming in as the unknown underdog for the most part, and he whipped up on everyone. The Irish Car Bomb with a traditional Hemi power plant. Tyler Hilton running the big block Chevy. Last time out, Tim Cullinan in the Irish Car Bomb ran 6:24, 217 miles an hour. Tyler Hilton, 6:06 at 215 miles an hour. All right, they're getting the fire up from head staging master Dave Layton. They both come to life side by next. Hemi Chrysler and Hemi Chevy. The Chevy is your #1 qualifier right now. The Hemi, #4. Tim Cullinan out of Franklin Park, Illinois, in the Jag lane. Tyler Hilton out of Cincinnati, Ohio, in the Budweiser lane. Chevy has a deeper growl than that Hemi. Funny car to the lanes. Funny car, it's time for you to get in the lanes. Funny car to the lanes. Hurry up. Funny car to the lanes. Tyler Hilton sits in the #1 spot with a 6:06, 215 mile an hour run. Tim Cullinan in the #4 spot with a 6:24 at 217 miles an hour. So Cullinan's got more mile per hour, which generally means he's got a little bit more horsepower. Tyler Hilton, a little less mile per hour, only 2, but a quicker ET, so the Chevy engine is pulling quicker. Hemi considered the way to go. The combustion chamber very conducive to running nitro. In the day, the Chevys weren't bad. As a matter of fact, one of our racers out here today made it into the 5-second club, the last guy to get into the 5-second club, running a Chevy in his top fuel dragster, Brendan Murray. Full stage for both cars. Right lane backs out of it. Tyler stays in it. Puff of smoke through the lights, and he gets into the 5s. 595, 220 miles an hour. Tyler Hilton staying in the number 1 spot with a first 5-second run of the meet. 595, 220 miles an hour. Not the fastest, but he was the quickest. Had a chance to talk to his dad at the Grand National Roadster Show just a little over a year ago. We talked about Tyler. We talked about the hot rod business. All right, more Top Fuel action coming your way as the cars pull up underneath the flags. Dan Horan coming up in the right lane. Jim Murphy in the left lane. Murphy currently sits in the number 2 spot with a 6:06, 223 mile an hour pass. Dan Horan a 6:30 at 228 miles an hour. So Horan is the, let's see, he is the second fastest car out here. Jimmy Young ran 2:36. Horan 2:28, Wheeler at 2:24, Murphy at 2:23, and Tyler Hilton at 2:20. He just ran that. Tyler is running a Chevy. These two cars are Hemis. Dan Horan Jr. grew up around dragsters and Top Fuel. His dad was a competitor in the early days of Top Fuel racing. Murphy, been around nostalgia drag racing forever. Has been one of the top competitors at the March meet and the California Hot Rod Reunion. Dan Horan has been very successful as well with funny cars. At one time had Ron Tobler as his crew chief. All right, they're firing them up. Horan lights up first. Murphy's crew working on the car, trying to get it lit. And there he goes. He fires up. Horan's already doing the burnout, and they haven't even released Murphy to start. He started the car up. Now they're saying, all right, go for it. Dan Horan being a little impatient. Murphy does a quick squirt, gets the tires warmed up. The bump right now is 724. Neither of these gentlemen are in the fear of being bumped. They're all in the 6s. Horan ran 6:30. It's the number 5 qualifier right now, being tuned by Pete Kaiser. Jim Murphy being tuned by Daniel Wilkinson. Murphy, your number 2 qualifier with a 6:06.6. Horan with a 6:30 with a 1. Horan ran 228 miles per hour, so he's making the horsepower. Got to get it to the pavement. Murphy ran 223, only 5 miles an hour slower than Horan. It's just a qualifier, so reaction times and who gets there first really isn't as much as important as just the ET. They qualify based on ET, not mile per hour. Let's see what happens. Pulling up into the beams. Horan lights the pre-stage. Murphy's there. Full stage for Horan. Full stage for Murphy. Better reaction time for Murphy. Better 60 foot for Horan. At the stripe, it's Horan. They both popped the chutes. 570 for Dan Horan at 248. Murphy, 579 at 262 miles an hour. Murphy pulls out the mile per hour lead over Horan and the rest of the pack, showing what he's got still in the motor. 262 miles an hour for Jim Murphy. He runs a 579. Horan with the better ET at 570. 248 miles an hour. These are heavy hitters. They run Nostalgia Top Fuel across the country. They know what to do and how to get the job done. More Top Fuel action. Mike Taylor coming up here in the right lane. Jimmy Young over in the Budweiser lane. Now Young is sitting in the number 6 spot at 675. Taylor is the man on the bubble. He is number 8 with a 724. He's got to improve. Young cannot bump him, but Taylor has got to improve because funny cars to the lanes. Funny cars, you need to be ready to go. Now we've gotten word that some of the Top Fuel teams are sitting out and waiting to qualify tomorrow. So this isn't all. We've got 2 more sessions of qualifying for Nostalgia Top Fuel and Funny Car tomorrow. So they may be sitting back to just see how the other teams are doing so they know what the targets are. Jimmy Young out of Salem, Wisconsin, number 6 qualifier with a 675, 236 miles an hour. So he's impressive on his mile per hour. Mike Taylor, 185 miles an hour at a 724. I believe he spun the tires on his last run. But he's got to improve that. He's on the bubble right now. Although he cannot be bumped any longer today because there's no more cars in the lanes. Tomorrow's another story. Will be the final pair of Top Fuel cars. Mike Taylor needs to improve drastically. Jimmy Young cannot settle for that 675. He's got the mile per hour. He just has to get the ET. We'll see what happens on their 60 foots. That'll be an indication of how well they're launching, and that could be where they're losing time. Pre-stage lights are lit. Full stage now for both cars. Oh, for both cars, their 60 foots are good. They're improving. 586 for Jimmy Young. 602 for Mike Taylor. Huge improvement. Taylor goes to the number 5 spot. Jimmy Young in the number 3 spot. 239 miles an hour for Young. 234 miles an hour for Mike Taylor. And they are both solidly in the field right now. But Julius Hughes goes on the bubble. He's in the bump spot with a 677. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the other guys have decided to sit out. We are done for the day. Come back tomorrow morning. We're going to start bright and early tomorrow. First round of qualifying begins at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. with Hot Rod. Then we'll have Nostalgia Top Fuel Funny Car, and we add AA Fuel Altereds to the matchup tomorrow afternoon at high noon. Nostalgia Funny Cars, Nitro Dragsters, and Fuel Altereds meet for the first time at this race this week. So race time trials, or basically qualifying, begins at 9 a.m. with Top Fuel coming in the first time at noon. There'll be a second qualifying round for Top Fuel at 3:30. So come on back tomorrow. Lots more show cars will be here, race cars, and more as the action begins again at 9 a.m. I'm Hot Rod Bob, along with Warren Evans, said have a good, safe drive going home this evening or back to your hotel, wherever it is. Keep it rubber side down and shiny side up.